Undertaker in the semifinals. Well, I'll tell you, if you're The Rock, even though you're on the offensive, you've got to always be thinking defensive. You cannot let yourself get caught, even for a second, in that ankle lock submission hold. And like you said, it can come from anywhere at any time. Irish whip by The Rock. And the Shamrock quickly moves out of the way. These men know each other very, very well. They have had some real wars during this calendar year. And I would like to check out the win-loss record. Oh, there's a cover. Shamrock, nice suplex by Shamrock, who held the head and then went right into, floated over into a nice pinning combination. Good wrestling acumen there by Shamrock. The Rock, I don't know for what it's worth, he was victorious at his debut, which was at the Survivor Series in 1996, just 2 years ago. And I'll tell you what I still don't understand. I actually hear people, oh man, he launched himself. I hear people here saying Shamrock sucks. It hadn't been that long ago when the big chant was Rocky sucks. But now all of a sudden he raises that people's eyebrow, throws a people's elbow or two around. They love him. Look at him. Oh, my crowd. Shamrock right here in front of us. Go. And it's a, what's he doing? Just another right hand. This thing is absolutely just, it's out of control. They got to get, oh, man. No, you roll and drink your supper. Well, these young horses want to run here, but the thing about it is they don't want to be counted out. And referee Mike Chioda, quite frankly, giving these two men the benefit of the doubt here. Wow. Shamrock with a hard shot right to the back of the Rock's head. Shamrock's done his damage. You'd think he might slip by with a count-out. Would suit him. Both these guys got pit bull in them. Watch yourself here. Oh, man. Listen to this impact right here. Oh, wow. Separated shoulder very easily. First ever third-generation superstar in history, The Rock. So excited about this opportunity that I know he flew his mom and dad in from Florida to see their son hopefully win the title. But Ken Shamrock and Mr. McMahon will have plenty to say about that before this night is over. Yeah, that could be some wasted airline tickets right there. Shamrock going back to the Russian leg sweep. He hits it again. Quickly for the cover. Couldn't negotiate the leg, could Shamrock. Couldn't cinch it up. Rock able to kick out. Fans following very intently the progression of this tournament. Neither one of these guys, JR, have an enviable task. If you win, you should be able to celebrate. But if you win this match, you know you got to face The Undertaker. There's no celebration there. Shamrock, the big arm, that huge arm, wraps around the neck there of the Rock, cinching it in. No more updates. Somewhat quiet on the Steve Austin front. Wait a minute. Here comes the big boss man. Uh-oh. Oh, that don't look good. You got to believe McMahon has sent the big boss man back out here. I think the big boss man is coming out here to lay a little smack down on The Rock. Well, as we documented, McMahon made it very clear he does not want The Rock, and certainly not Steve Austin either, to win the title. Well, what do you expect? Mr. McMahon don't like these people anymore, and The Rock's the people's champion. Fans here chanting. Can you hear that? At the boss man. Can you hear that chant? I hear it. Well, that's one of the reasons that Mr. McMahon don't like the people. Rock fading now. Shamrock has got that chin lock really wrenched in. And the boss man is circling the ring here like a caged animal, preparing to strike at any time. You know, sometimes these people even call Mr. McMahon you've heard him call him in it. Yeah. Well, you know what they call him. You wouldn't like it either. Rock fights his way back up, right hand. The Rock fights back with the right hand. And Shamrock, yes, scintillating. Hurricane Rana by Shamrock. Shamrock now looking for the ankle. There he goes. He got it. Shamrock with the ankle on the Rock. Shamrock with the ankle on. Give up. The Rock has virtually no hope in surviving this deadly game in this ankle lock. How did they give it up? Look at his ankle with a grotesquely horrible angle. The Rock got in the ropes, and Shamrock's got to break it. I don't know how he did that, JR, but he's got to be in bad shape, or at least that leg is. It's nice to be 6'5" and have that reach of the Rock. Yeah. Oh. Both men colliding here. Well, we know that the Big Boss Man has had his problems with the Rock. But don't forget that Ken Shamrock knows what that nightstick's all about as well. We saw that Monday night on Raw. In any event, it's somewhat unsettling for a 6'6", 300-pound man walking around the ring with a nightstick. Well, I think right now the Big Boss Man would rather be out here than in the locker room with Mr. McMahon. Because twice tonight he's failed to get the job done. Oh, couldn't he get it? No. Man, that was close. Ever so close to the 3. And these both these men are back up. The war continues here. And the Rock moves over to a DDT. Oh, man. Boss Man is up on that. Oh, the Rock went downstairs on Shamrock. Referee did not see it. The referee was distracted by the Boss Man, and the Rock took advantage of it. Oh, no, listen to this. The people want their people's elbow. That may be it for Shamrock. The low blow, the people's elbow. That got no. Did he get it? He got it. He said 2. The referee said 2. Man, I tell you what. Shamrock's still alive. I don't know if I like that call. Uh-oh. Are we going to go to rock bottom? No. Shamrock counters. Shamrock. No. Shamrock hooked up the belly-to-belly suplex. Man, this is anybody's ball game. And what is the Boss Man doing? What a match, JR. I can't believe it. Oh, look at it. The Boss Man tossed in the nightstick. You idiot. Was it to Shamrock? The Rock intercepted the nightstick. And the Rock uses a Boss Man's nightstick to advance. Here is your winner, McMahon has got to be livid. McMahon has combined the Boss Man, the Rock, to make sure the Rock didn't advance. And take a look at the Boss Man's rear end, because he won't have one after Mr. McMahon gets through chewing it. What have you done? The Boss Man was tossing the nightstick apparently to Shamrock. The Rock popped the nightstick out of the corner of his eye and intercepted it. Watch this. Here's the pass, and there's the interception. And here comes the touchdown. One more look. Boom, right there. Caught him in midair and nailed Shamrock right in the forehead with it. Right in the temple. So now the Rock will meet The Undertaker in the semifinals. The final 4 men have been determined. Mankind takes on Stone Cold, and The Rock will meet The Undertaker. Wow. So the Phoenix line. Folks, remember, marvelous opponent. Up there, the referee will start counting by 2s. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You're counted up. People think you are, the more surprised that. Oh my! McMahon just hit the referee. What the hell is going on? Austin has this match won. Austin's got this match won, damn it. McMahon just Survivor. They'll get on that limo. There goes McMahon's limo. WWF, I saw it, including me. Victory away from being a corporate champion.
To be accompanied by Paul.
Is still at the Undertaker very effectively. Paul Brown, the Undertaker advanced, but without a doubt, he's hit. I don't think the Undertaker would make a very corporate-like champion. After his trials and tribulations over the past several weeks with the owner of this company.
Do you smell what The Rock is cooking? His opponent, The Rock says, The Rock says,
Well, this is another man that Mr. McMahon did not want to see with the title around his waist. McMahon and company will have a hard time doing anything about this one at this point in time, with McMahon apparently headed toward Lambert Airport on Interstate 70. Well, the former defensive end of the Miami Hurricane paid off. He aimed to advance to this match, racing champion. And I think that Mr. Vince McMahon feels like he can probably deal one way or the other with the Undertaker. If he were champion, I think he feels like he could probably negotiate with him. Yeah, because Vince has a lot in common with Paul Bearer. Well, same kind of ethics. Now he knows that he can deal with Mankind as the champion. That's obvious. And he's just counting on the fact that the Undertaker right here should be able to put The Rock away. Mankind has been relegated to no more than the village idiot here. Oh, come on. The manipulations of Vince McMahon, and you can't blame Mick Foley for it. How would you like to see that idiot the champion of the whole village, huh? Rock taking a bite out of those ring steps from the Undertaker. See, the dumber people think you are, the more surprised they're going to be when you beat them. And that's what happens with Mankind or Mick Foley. Look out here. Rock fires up with some big-time right hands on the Undertaker. Watch it. Oh. Undertaker lower back under that rock. Into the dashers, and then retaliates with a clothesline. And The Rock at 6'5", 275, knocked down. Referee Earl Hebner, certainly no stranger to Survivor Series controversy either. He's out there yelling for these guys to get in the ring. That's like giving a fish a bath. That ain't doing any good. They'll get in the ring when they want to. Undertaker bringing Rock back inside. Rock's got to use his quickness here and his youth. At 26 years of age, there's a cover. The Undertaker got another near fall here. Undertaker really keeping the pressure on The Rock. And what kind of celebration do you think is going on in that limousine right now? You think they popped the cork on a cold one? I mean, it's got to be, champagne's got to be flowing. It's got to be party time. Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's very jubilant. Oh! And when the word comes, you know, they got telephones in Mr. McMahon's limousine. Yes. I'm sure somebody will phone him with the results of this right here. Well, I hope they call him collect. Right hand by The Rock. He may have a satellite dish in there. He may be picking this up right now on TV. Boy, Undertaker met Rock with a hard elbow there. Undertaker not taking any unnecessary chances offensively here. Just continue to throw the power and the impact on The Rock. You don't want to be disqualified there, Phenom. Undertaker milking that count as long as he can. Right. Smart moves. Referee got to 5, would have a disqualification. Consequently, the Undertaker breaking at 4 and change. The Undertaker realizes now he is so close to being the next champion. Get past The Rock, and then it's Mankind. But you know, Undertaker and Mankind have had some battles. And Mankind has done very well against the Undertaker. Rock all tied up and nowhere to go but to the hospital if the Undertaker has his way. Rock virtually helpless here, and the referee got to be intimidated by the Undertaker. Oh, look out! The Undertaker backdropped over the top rope all the way to the floor. Wow! And the Undertaker just face first into our table. Oh!
Jeff, both of these guys fighting outside. Do you realize what would happen if both of these men were counted out?
Yeah, Mankind will be the champion. They're outside here. And man, you talk about no man's land.
Yeah, the people's champ's out in the people.
Oh. Referee Earl Hebner right out there amongst them. He's not going to count him out, I don't think.
You better count it out. Be a big paycheck bonus for you.
I'm sure if Mr. McMahon were here sitting at ringside, he'd be demanding that these two men be counted out.
He leads the champ. Now. Yeah, I think Paul Bear's telling him right now he better get counted.
Hard kick right to the ribs. Nothing fancy about that. Now in the world, can Shane McMahon ever look himself in the mirror again? After we thought this kid had so much integrity, so much character.
Have you ever seen the mirrors in the McMahon house or the McMahon mansion?
I've never been invited out there, actually.
Gold-plated. Big gold frames around the mirrors in the McMahon mansion.
I always got fired in another area. Oh, Paul Bear with a cheap shot on the Rock.
Oh,
What a
man.
shoe, nonetheless.
Paul Bear.
If the heel don't get you, the smell will.
All right.
Now Shane McMahon could sign Austin to a 5-year deal.
Yeah, go ahead and say it.
Could be humiliated in front of the world by his father and stand up to him, show character, show courage, and then do what he has done.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, oh, wow. He got busted down to being a lowly referee. And JR, oh, wow. I've been rich and I've been poor. And believe me, rich is better. And I think Shane McMahon probably realized that.
What right hands, The Rock and The Undertaker fighting back. Undertaker buried the knee, and then a right hand caught The Rock right on the temple. The ropes were the only thing there holding The Rock up that time. Whip is reversed. Oh, Samoa drop. Samoa drop by The Rock on The Undertaker. Here the referees count now.
Come on, Rock.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
I thought he left. I thought the big boss man left in the limousine with a McMahon.
Well, obviously, he didn't. He's back. Hey, Rock, look who's here.
Well, there ain't no way The Rock's gonna get by this. I mean, you gotta. The Undertaker is bad enough. He's the baddest hombre. The DDT.
Man.
Well, The Rock having some choice words for
He did it.
a low blow.
He did it.
The Rock with a low blow on The Undertaker, while Earl Hebner, the referee, was detained by that hideous Paul Bear. Oh, what a slam by The Rock on The Undertaker. And The Rock.
He's not going to try this on The Undertaker, is he?
The Rock going to deliver the people's elbow.
Oh, no.
And he got his foot caught there by the boss man.
Ah.
And The Undertaker takes advantage, just like earlier. Oh!
Well, I hope The Rock didn't spring for first-class tickets, but apparently...
Undertaker just nailed the boss man.
What are you doing?
Undertaker nailing the boss man. Undertaker wants to win this match. He wants to be, oh my!
I know The Undertaker wants to win, but he should have realized that the Big Boss Man was out here to make sure The Rock got him.
Kane! My God, it's Kane! Oh, Kane comes in! Kane! Kane just nailed The Rock!
Wait a minute, is Kane and The Undertaker back together
I
again?
don't think so.
As a result of a disqualification, The Rock!
Kane just got his brother disqualified!
And the referee just got himself blasted. Look at this. No, they're not back together again.
of these 20,000 plus fans. And it is a war amongst them.
Where are they going?
Just to make sure that there wasn't a drop. Kentucky will be tomorrow night at the Rupp Arena for Raw. At least we won't have a conclusion. Wait a minute.
Just careful, don't go too often. He may be out there on Route 70 somewhere. You never can tell. You know what I'm saying? Well, we personally want to handle this now. You running the Stone Cold?
What are they going to do?
Well, here we are. Well, I don't think The Rock is probably even aware that the McMahons are back here.
Keep your mouth shut.
And Mankind probably wouldn't be aware if he knew. An elbow tie up, and The Rock, 6'5", 275, Mankind, 6'4", just around 300. One of these two men will represent the World Wrestling Federation as its next champion.
Did you see that move right there by Mankind? That was pretty smart. He said he's not smart. Smart move.
Cross landing. Bad ride, hellacious landing for Mankind, straddling the Dashers here. And now both of them are outside. There's got to be a winner in this matchup. And the referee has a miss. Let him fight right outside. Somebody's going to get hurt very, very badly before this one is all over. You can almost feel it.
As long as it's not...
Oh, my God! Mankind, backdrop from the outside, back in.
This is bad.
Oh, it's going to be horrible. The Rock now's got Mankind back in the ring at the disadvantage. The Rock's got to turn up the offensive here.
Well, you heard, or at least I think I heard Mr. McMahon say he and Shane to take care of this themselves. They've obviously got something in mind.
Look, what could they be thinking? What could they be talking about? The McMahons.
The secret, JR. That's why he's cupping his hand over his ear there. He wanted you to know. He just blurted out loud, like you always do.
The Rock in control. But again, Mankind has this unbelievable high threshold of pain. Mankind back up to his vertical base with those forearm shots right in the kidneys. And The Rock, he fights back. Headbutt by Mankind. Boy, can you imagine these guys?
Watch yourself.
In their fourth match of the night. And they got to be running on just adrenaline and the will to win.
Mankind is just looking for some sort of,
Come on.
anything heavy, anything hard.
Well, you know he's not going to get disqualified.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh, help Mankind to gut and quarter The Rock and not get disqualified. He'd probably get a raise. You got to know that the referee has been instructed not to have any disqualifications or countouts in this matchup.
I don't know about that.
And I'm not blaming Earl Hebner. What the hell is Mankind doing?
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Look out! Got caught! There's just beating the hell out of it. And Mankind is under it. For God's sakes! The Rock turned it up right there. He's turning it up. Watch yourself, watch it! Oh, the brains are scrambled again. Over easy. And well done. Those brain cells have just got to be totally depleted now. The Rock. Oh, that was a huge turnaround in this matchup. It could be over. The Rock is the new. Near fall. Near fall.
I would have thought that Mr. McMahon would have instructed the referee to disqualify The Rock.
The championship hangs in the balance. The winner of this match is the new man. He's the new champion of the World Wrestling Federation. And folks, I'll tell you, it don't get no bigger than that. Oh! You feel that one coming. And referee, yeah, he saw it. But I do believe, I think Earl Hebner's the best referee in this business. I do believe Earl Hebner has been told, don't disqualify or count anybody out.
Well, you know what? That shouldn't be. I mean, it shouldn't be determined that way. I think that's a wise decision. And look at this. I mean, if you don't disqualify The Rock for this, then you got to have some wide latitude. You certainly can't disqualify Mankind for anything.
And a great testament to Mankind's intestinal fortitude. He's a pawn in this whole orchestration, in my view.
On.
That's all he is. McMahon's the puppeteer.
Look at that.
Oh, my God, the elbow. Right up the apron into the sternum. Mankind has thrown that elbow, wow, right into the Rock's sternum, for goodness sakes. Looks like these two men have been in a car wreck.
Watch it.
Look out here. Come on, Mickey. Oh, don't do that.
It's the desk. Oh!
Hey, ref, you got us. He's beating us. What the damn hell out of him right by us. For God's sake, can you get him out of here? What? You can't. Oh, God almighty. JR, you ain't God almighty yet. But you see what's going on here? They're going to kill each other. Oh, God, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Look at this. Carnage. How in God's name can a human being, both these guys, recover from this? Wow. Good God, I thought I had a heart attack. That's got to be over. This is academic now. Mankind's got it. 1, 2. No, got it. Rock kicked out. I don't know how the hell he did it, but he kicked out.
Look at this. Take another look at that. No. They almost got you, JR.
Mankind now reaching down. I mean, he has the advantage. He feels what could happen if he can get the 3 count. The kid from Long Island who hitchhiked to Madison Square Garden, who idolized the superstars, who broke into wrestling and slept in his car, is a 3 count away from being at the top of the mountain. But it'll be a total mountain if McMahon has his way. Oh, Rock is, boy, it is. There's nothing being held back here.
Look at these shots.
Rock elevated over the top rope all the way down the floor. And once again, the Rock's body just smack. He just splat all over the floor and left a sweaty spot.
Oh, no. Coming this way again.
Oh, come on.
Oh, thank goodness.
Get him in the ring, please. If this had been a Falls Count Anywhere match, you got to believe that Mankind would have won it just a few moments ago, right at our feet. And the DDT! What a DDT by the Rock! How much more can these two men withstand? Where will you ever see any action like this, ladies and gentlemen? You damn sure ain't going to see it on pay-per-view anywhere else. And it's all for the gold. It's all for the title. Mankind's got to be in a daze, and The Rock is reaching down with his mom and daddy looking on. The Rock is reaching down to give it all he's got here.
No, right in his face.
Whoa! Rock tossed right over the top rope again. And again, here comes Mankind.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, Mick, what's he go here? Oh, no, come on. Mankind up the top. Almighty! Right to the table again. It looks like another car wreck.
standing here. But I don't know how The Rock or Mankind are standing. How is Mankind still standing?
I don't know how either one understands. The Rock says, come get you some. Oh, it's time now. It could be time for the people's elbow. This will be all. This is not what McMahon wants to see.
No way!
Oh. This should be all.
Did he get it?
To do all of their fall. And the McMahons didn't like that. That was a little too close for them. Oh!
No, yeah!
That's a double up DDT by Mankind. And Mick doesn't go for the cover right away.
He's going!
Oh,
He's going for Mr. Socko!
Mankind, no doubt, will be looking for the mandible claw.
Oh, he's got
And
it!
it'll damn sure put you down.
Ah, world champion!
The Rock is fading. The Mankind era is about to dawn.
Yes!
Mickey Foley's almost crying. He can feel the title within his grasp.
And he'll have to have a little belt made for Mr. Socko!
The Rock down to one knee. It's almost over. The end is near here.
Check him, ref, he's gone!
The end is near. We're a second away. The Rock, he's hanging on for a little bit longer. But how much longer?
Take Mr. Socko further down in there!
The Rock, wait.
He broke out!
Rock bottom. Rock bottom. And both men are down. They went with the best they had. Oh, The Rock, can he get up? Can he get the cover? A 2 count, a long 2 count.
Mr. McMahon sweating bullets over there!
Uh-oh. It's designer sweat, I'm sure.
Perrier.
Oh, sharpshooter. There's a sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter!
Hey, McMahon said ring the bell. Wait a minute.
What?
You smell what the Rock is cooking.
Wait a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of submission, the winner and new World Wrestling Federation champion, The Hook!
What the hell? They were in it all along. All 3 of them. They screwed us all. McMahon, the family, The Rock, they screwed us all.
Look at
I know you're saying, I can't believe my eyes. I don't know what's going on. You know what? Seeing is believing. And you can believe this. You can believe that Vince McMahon didn't screw the people tonight. The people screwed the people.
These fans are
And
stirred.
you can also believe that each and every one of you are just as pathetic and gullible as mankind.
Whoa!
I'll be happy to elaborate a great deal more tomorrow night. However, one other thing, and that is I would like to publicly state on behalf of the McMahon family that we are so proud here tonight for a number of reasons. One of them is because tonight Stone Cold was utterly, totally, royally screwed in this very ring.
Sickening.
And if there's one man who has any more contempt for Stone Cold, other than myself and all of you, it has to be the man who absolutely loathes and detests each and every one of you, and that is The Rock.
The Rock! Fans don't want to believe it.
I congratulate you, Rock, and Shane. Shane, Academy Award performance. Thank you. And I told the world, that, Dad, I'm just like you after all. Aren't I, Dad?
Mankind's very confused. Poor son of God.
All right, Rock. Rock, it's all yours.
Vince, just like last Sunday on Heat, when The Rock said he'd rather be the people's ass than to ever kiss yours. Well, tonight, it's time for each and every single piece of trailer park trash to kiss The Rock's if you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Poor Mick Foley.
I'm not sure I understand. The Rock is a great wrestler, but Dad, to lose this match, I either had to be pinned and submit, and The Rock didn't either. I'm not really sure I understand what the hell is going on around here.
Well, Mick, you don't get it, right? Well, get this, okay?
Oh, from behind. Get this. And now look at The Rock stomping away at Mankind after the war. The Rock and the McMahon family, Shane and Vince, in collusion. And here comes, the rock bottom and the poor, sad son of a gun, Mick Foley.
Ladies and gentlemen, the McMahon family is proud to present your new World Wrestling Federation champion, the corporate champion. I give you The Rock.
You smell what The Rock is cooking?
Yeah, and it stinks. Wow. This is big, JR. This is really big. Well, the McMahons screwed Austin. The McMahons have just shafted Mankind. And how the people here are just stunned. Nobody wants to believe what they're seeing. But they better believe that the rattlesnake is back. What? Stone Cold is back. What? Boy, this is a volatile situation. Here comes Austin. Oh, no. Here comes the rattlesnake. Get away from the McMahons. The McMahons are running away. And The Rock now trying to assault Austin. Austin should be the champion, in my opinion. And the McMahons are running for their life. You can't blame them. Get him. Uh-oh. Austin. He's going to beat The Rock like he owns him. Yes. There's your champion. There's your corporate champion. No. Stone Cold Steve Austin has just cleaned the ring of the new corporate champion. If you smell
think the wrong guy won?
This is bullshit! Everybody screws me!
I don't like him, I don't trust him, and I don't believe him.
You know, a lot of people don't agree with my lifestyle, but it is mine.
It's a phony little shit.
Just because I come out here and choose to live my life openly and freely does not make you a better man. I don't respect you. You don't understand what it means to have dignity, to have poise, to bring prestige to the World Wrestling Federation. I do this because I like it. You do it because in your mind, Mark Man, you really think all of this is yours. This here is what it's all about. You are a zero, my hero. You're a disgrace to professional wrestling. The Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, is the icon that can still go. You're nothing but a degenerate. Who is the show stopper? Me, the lowest form of skull. Who is the main event? Me. Let's settle the score right here, right now. Super kick is gonna be 1 foot down yours. I'm gonna kick your little scrawny ass.
And now, Milton Bradley's Electronic Karate Fighters presents the 1997 Survivor Series.
Welcome everyone to the 11th annual Survivor Series. We are live in the sold-out Molson Center in Montreal, Quebec, where tonight it will finally be settled. Who is the man? Is it Bret the Hitman Hart? Or is it the incomparable Shawn Michaels? Hi again, everybody. I'm Jim Ross, alongside Jerry the King Lawler and King. This one has been 18 months in the making. Maybe even longer than that, Ross. I think this may have started at birth for these two individuals. These are two guys who believe deep down in each of their hearts that they are the best in the business. Each one of these guys refuse to lose, and that's what it's all about tonight. Somebody's gonna lose. Who's it gonna be? Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce our Spanish broadcast team as well. Carlos Cabrera, along with Tito Santana. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our French broadcast team.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous débutons la soirée avec un combat par équipe élimination. Pesant 1065 livres, je vous donne Mosh, Thrasher, the Headbangers, accompagné de Wyndham et Bradshaw, the New Blackjacks.
The New Blackjacks, along with the Headbangers on their way to the ring to take on Badass Billy Gunn, the Road Dogg, and the Godwins. And certainly, ladies and gentlemen, it was just about 3 weeks ago when Billy Gunn and the Road Dogg took on the Headbangers, and that was a shocking situation that occurred, King.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I want to tell you, take a look at that big boombox. It was boomed right into the head of one of the Headbangers. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Badass Billy Gunn driving that boombox right into the head of Thrasher. There you see the results.
Hello, all you Maple Leaf loving freaks!
expecting nothing less from the Road Dogg, who certainly King fights a good game, talks a good game, I should say.
Oh, yeah, you know, if you could win matches with your mouth, he'd probably be one of the champions around here. But unfortunately, you have to produce in the ring. But you know what? I think that the Road Dogg, now with his new attitude and his new partner, Badass Billy Gunn, I think they can get the job done.
These 8-man tags are elimination tag team matches. Once a man is defeated by pinfall, submission, countout, or disqualification, he must return to his locker room, and the match will continue until one entire team has been completely eliminated.
The Road Dogg taunting the Blackjacks with their own hats there.
And the bell sounds. We are ready to go here. 2 referees will be assigned to each of these Survivor Series matchups, these 8-man tag team matches, with no time limit. The only restraints, or the only time constraints, would be that the match will continue until one team has been vanquished,
Completely eliminated. I love that kind of match.
It is Phineas Godwin and Blackjack Bradshaw, or Wyndham, I should say, starting it out here. Hard shoulder block by Wyndham, the son of Blackjack Mulligan, knocking the rather, well, he's a little weird, old Phineas is, from Bitters, Arkansas.
Now, wait a minute. Don't start already, JR. Nothing weird about the guy just because he comes into the ring wearing a pair of overalls and, I don't know, he must sweat a lot. He's already soaking wet. The match has just started. But that doesn't make him weird.
Those 3 years in the 3rd grade had nothing to do with that analysis.
Wait a minute now. Come on.
Test of strength here. 2 huge men. And Wyndham, the veteran, catching Phineas, taking his eye off the ball, so to speak.
I think that's the way Grandmama Godwin used to slap them when they were little kids. I don't think they'll take kindly to it now, though.
Blackjack Bradshaw stepping over the top rope. And the man that reminds a lot of folks of Stan Hansen takes old Phineas up and over. Power slam. And a near fall. Again, once you are defeated in any of the 4 methods that we talked about, you got to go back to the locker room. Pinfall, submission, disqualification, or countout.
And I want to tell you something. I know from experience, you go back with your head hung low. It's an embarrassment. It's not all. It's an embarrassing situation to get eliminated from one of these matches. No, you let your team down. Know that everybody saw you walking back to the dressing room. It's bad. Nobody wants to lose in one of these matches.
Certainly a long walk back to the locker room in those showers. And
Hey,
Phineas looking for a tag, and it didn't look like the Road Dogg was too overly eager to get the tag, and neither was Billy Gunn for that matter.
we call that the old short arm, JR. Said he was sorry.
I'm sure he meant it. Collar elbow locked up here. 2 big bulls. One from Arkansas, one from Texas, locking up. Godwin's 2-time tag champions. 5 men in this match have carried tag team gold. The Godwins, the Headbangers, and of course, Billy Gunn. And look at those clubbing blows. Nothing too fancy, King, about this method of attack.
Oh, that's what I like about the Godwins. They're not out here flying all over the place being real fancy. They just club you into submission.
Well, you've got to believe that the locker room area right now certainly got to be tense, to say the least. And there's a lateral press there. Bradshaw looking for a suplex. It's blocked by the 303-pound Henry Godwin. And Godwin counters. Whoa! Man. And now Godwin with the cover. Lateral press followed that suplex.
You know, I've heard the Road Dogg, and I just can't get used to calling somebody badass, but Badass Billy Gunn, I mean, they've been shooting their mouth off all day here.
There's a cover. 1, 2, 3. No, not 3.
They've been bragging. They've been screaming back in the locker room area about what they're going to do in this match, and so far they're yet to tag in.
Abdominal stretch into a pinning situation. And a 3 count. Good move by Bradshaw. And the match continues. There's no rest period now. Henry Godwin has got to go back to the locker room. He has been eliminated. He'll be returning to the locker room. And that leaves the quartet of the Blackjacks and the Headbangers with a 1-man advantage. And look at this fist fight.
I want to tell you what's really embarrassing. Being the first man eliminated in the entire Survivor Series. That's an extra long walk from the locker
Looks like even one of Granny Godwin's biscuits will make old Henry happy about right now. Wyndham now back in, front face. A big-time suplex. Wyndham floated over, got a lateral press, and got a 2 count. Wyndham, gut wrench. Into the slam. Again, Wyndham going for the cover, and Phineas holding on for dear life there, able to kick out at 2. Hard clothesline by Wyndham. And Wyndham now again with a cover. That's 3 lateral presses in succession.
Well, I think the Blackjacks are feeling a little cocky now because they know it's 4 on 3. They got the advantage, and if they eliminate Phineas here, it'd be 4 on 2.
Sort of like the power play advantage you get in in hockey. There's a clothesline. And that could be it. Right there, it's all.
Well, that evened it up.
And Mosh in to pair up with Phineas. Blackjack Wyndham has got to go back to the locker room. So now we're back to 3 on 3 here.
So much for the old power play. Look out.
Oh! Phineas zigged when he should have zagged, apparently. And Mosh, certainly the Headbangers and the Godwins have no love lost for each other. The Headbangers won the tag titles in September in Louisville at Ground Zero, and then lost them to the Godwins just last month in St. Louis before over 20,000 fans in the Kiel Center.
Well, I was proud to see that, to be honest with you. I was a little embarrassed to have the World Wrestling Federation represented by champions that wore dresses to the ring. Look at this.
Mosh going upstairs, and a drop toe, taking the bigger man off his feet. Good strategy.
Pull your skirt up.
Phineas Godwin goes about 6'7", just over the 300-pound mark. And Mosh, believe it or not, did go to college, has a college degree, King, and was a pretty good amateur wrestler.
Is that right?
That's what I hear.
Well, where'd he go wrong? Too many Marilyn Manson videos.
That could be it. Phineas works his way back up. And follows with a pretty old-fashioned right hand and then another elbow. And the tag finally made, and now we're seeing for the first time Billy Gunn, who didn't get a very warm reception, checking in. Double elbow.
I don't think these Canadians like Texans up here today.
I'm not sure, not too high on Billy Gunn, and maybe there's good reason for that.
Well, be careful. I don't think they're too high on Oklahomans either.
I like to hope not. Road Dogg and Billy Gunn have stolen the Blackjack's hat since they've been together. They've stolen the LOD's shoulder pads. They cost the Boricuas a match on Raw. They did pretty successfully, made everybody mad at them.
They're sort of like Saddam Hussein. Everybody's mad at them, right? What is this crowd shouting? Something in French, I think.
I can't help you there. Well, JR has enough problems with English. And
There you go.
Billy Gunn with some solid right hands. Boy, Billy Gunn is an impressive athlete.
Look at, oh my goodness.
Another knockdown. Billy Gunn caught right in the face there with that clothesline. That may give Moss, well, it did give him the opportunity to tag. He just didn't take it.
The clothesline, not to mention the boot in the face right before that.
Right hand by Mosh as Billy Gunn needs to regroup here. Maybe needs to make a tag. Well, the Bulldog headlock was countered. And then good move by Billy Gunn, who hooked the leg.
He got him.
And Billy Gunn eliminates Mosh. And Billy tags in Phineas Godwin. So it is Thrasher and Blackjack Bradshaw remaining on their team. 3 men are remaining on the other side. Phineas Godwin, Road Dogg, and Billy Gunn.
Look at Road Dogg. Look how proud he is of that. Yeah, he went for the old Bulldog, but no, it was countered and his own face went right into the mat.
It is 3 on 2. A man advantage for Phineas, Road Dogg, and Billy Gunn. And again, the rules of the Survivor Series in these 8-man tag matches are very simple. The match continues until one team has been completely eliminated. Side headlock by Thrasher on Phineas Godwin.
You gotta love Phineas Godwin's wrestling boots there. He's the only wrestler I know that's got boots that have steel toes. His wife has a pair of those too, I think.
I wouldn't doubt it. They look good sitting up on top of a Massey Ferguson down there in the Ozarks. That's a tractor. In case you didn't know that, King. I know Kings don't know stuff like that.
I'll tell you something else this team don't know. Where's McMahon? You know where McMahon is?
I sure do. He's here.
How about letting me in on
He's
it?
a little busy right
Why
now.
am I always the last to know everything?
Well, we'll hopefully get a word with this man a little bit later.
There's some fighting going on up there.
Well, nobody said that the headbangers were
Hey! Come on, Red.
battles of sportsmanship. And it is a Survivor Series match, so everybody wants to obviously survive.
I was going to bite somebody's fingers. I think Phineas would be the last person's fingers I would bite.
Oh,
You
you're
never
not-
know where they've been.
You're darn right.
Look at this.
Billy Gunn just came in there beside us and had a drink of someone's soft drink, their beverage. Pretty nonchalant. And of course, the Road Dogg is still talking. That Road Dogg ever got laryngitis. You didn't put him in intensive care. There's a cradle and a roll-up. A near fall. Thrasher telling Phineas that he was that close to going back to the shower.
Well, if Thrasher can count, he better look around and see what the sides are right now. He's pretty close himself. 3 against 2, Thrasher, you idiot.
And from the smell of things,
Huh?
I think Phineas missed his shower on Saturday
I
night.
didn't do that. Little extra commentary. I don't know if the people can hear it there.
I hope
From the
not.
Road Dogg.
Road Dogg always talking. Hip lock is countered. A lot of leverage and technique to that big man over. And Phineas mule kicks. And so does a Thrasher arm drag takeover. Right back into the arm bar. So the larger, taller man, Phineas Godwin, again, negotiated right off his feet. Good move by Thrasher.
I wish Phineas would just go ahead and get really, what they call down the Ozarks, riled up. I love it when he gets riled up and he starts those mule kicks. It's a thing of beauty, Ross. Come on, come on.
We are live throughout North America. We are live in the United Kingdom. Certainly want to thank you for being with us, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be here on pay-per-view. Hard elbow right to the back of the head by Phineas Godwin. And Thrasher up and over.
Look out! Oh!
Phineas taking face first down. Had a big old piece of canvas there. And it wasn't chicken fried.
Look out, Phineas!
Oh! And that was hooked.
No!
That's a 3 count. Thrasher eliminates Phineas Godwin, and for the first time, it's the Road Dogg in, conveniently enough, nailing Thrasher from behind.
Look out!
Hip lock takeover.
That's a rude welcome for the Road Dogg right there.
Uh-oh. What business just picked up here with this big man. Bradshaw, 6'6", 305 pounds, is mismanhandling.
Get out, get out.
He is manhandling the Road Dogg.
He's whipping him like a dog. I'd run away if I were you.
Old Bradshaw's whipping Road Dogg like a government mule.
Oh, no!
Boom! Short lariat. Bradshaw just raw power.
Uh-oh.
Another gut wrench.
No!
Into the slam, and Bradshaw didn't even leave his feet. But the Road Dogg certainly did, King.
Oh!
Nice stiff kick right to the kidneys will get your attention.
That just kicked the dog out of him. Look at this now.
Wait a minute, Road Dogg's got Bradshaw rolled up. Did he get 3?
Oh! Wait, he's saying...
Referee's got to make a call here. What is the story?
Yeah, he says it's a 3. He's out.
Bradshaw's been counted out. And that was a 3 1/4 before Bradshaw got his shoulder up. And that is
2 1/4.
that's not going to bode very well for Thrasher now. He's got Road Dogg and Billy Gunn have been left intact.
Look at this.
it any way you want to. It's 2 against 1 here. Thrasher cannot make any mistakes. Wow, what a cheap shot there.
Doesn't really matter if Thrasher makes mistakes. Mistakes happen.
Will this be enough of an unfair advantage to put Thrasher away?
Well, that's what you got to love about Survivor Series. You get some unfair advantages. Who said life's fair anyway? Look at this. What is this? Ah! Trying to go for an abdominal stretch or... No!
I think he was trying to negotiate some sort of pump handle slam there before Thrasher was able to counter out of it with a hip lock.
I saw a tag.
Yeah, blind tag.
Ah, look out! It was reversed.
Oh, but Billy's the legal man. Billy Gunn right off the top. And Billy Gunn and the Road Dogg have
Mesdames, Messieurs, le
survived.
vainqueur du combat, Road Dogg et Badass Billy Gunn.
Well, a gallant effort by the Headbangers and the Blackjacks.
And if Thrasher thought that boombox on his head was something, it was nothing compared to that badass Billy Gunn boot off the top rope.
Well, the key to that whole exchange, I believe, King, was the blind tag. Thrasher did not see the exchange, a legal exchange, we should add. And then after the tag was made, watch this.
Yeah, this is what happened right here. Billy Gunn off the top rope with that big right foot, woo, right across the head of Thrasher.
Little Air Canada there by Billy Gunn. And Billy Gunn and Road Dogg survived for their team.
What's happening?
What a crowd. Absolutely phenomenal.
Le prochain combat est également un combat d'élimination par équipe. Tout d'abord, un poids compris de 1151 livres. Vous avez The Jackal, Recon, Sniper, The Interrogator, The Truth Commission.
The Truth Commission making their first appearance on a WWF pay-per-view. And certainly the most imposing force, perhaps, in many, many years, is the Interrogator. 7 feet tall, 388 pounds.
Oh, he's a load, all right. And just, I mean, you got to just look into his face. I mean, that's enough right there to send chills up and down your spine if you're an opponent of his. I mean, this guy he's scary looking, Ross. Look at this.
Look at that neck.
You don't believe me? Ask the Jackal.
The Jackal, the inspirational leader of the Truth Commission, with some sort of David Koresh-like tendencies, in my view.
What do you mean by that?
It's a little weird.
Un poids total de 1122 livres. Mesdames, Messieurs, Crush, James, Skull and Napalm, the Disciples of Apocalypse.
Absolutely a phenomenal crowd on hand here in the Molson Center in Montreal, Quebec. First time the Survivor Series has ever been held in Canada. This, however, is the 5th pay-per-view to emanate from Canada.
Where are they going?
They may want to put those bikes out of harm's way because when these 8 men get it on, King, there's just no telling where the action's going to end up.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I think the problem is. I think they looked around and they thought, we better not leave these very, very expensive motorcycles out here around all of these Canadians. You know, Canadians can't be trusted, Ross.
King, I don't know if I would agree with that at all. What makes you say that?
Just the reception I've gotten from them every time I've ever crossed the border. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Let's get it on here. And the 2 referees are going to have a hard time controlling this. Chains. Maybe that's how we're going to start it here.
Look out!
Chains and the interrogator. Chains is no small man. He's 6'6", close to 300 pounds.
And he almost looks like a kid in there with the interrogator. You know what? I don't think anybody has even hurt the interrogator yet. Look at this.
Well, Chains is rocking this big giant. And this is kind of what we expected in this matchup. Certainly gang rules has never been more pertinent as far as these 8 men are concerned. And the interrogator introducing his skull to the turnbuckle.
Look at this, though. Look at the power in this guy. He just said Chains is 6'6".
Oh, sidewalk slam. The giant just planted Chains, and the interrogator has disposed of Chains, and that is certainly no easy task.
1 down, 3 to go. Now, I think they figured out how you take care of the interrogator. You double team him.
Well, that's good in theory, but it's not legal. And now again, both referees are forced to come in the ring to try to maintain some semblance of order here. And it's going to be Recon tagging out the interrogator.
You would think that the Truth Commission would be a little bit of a disadvantage with the Jackal, who is ordinarily not, I guess maybe not a wrestler, he's more of the leader of this group. But I think the interrogator more than makes up for whatever the Jackal is lacking.
Recon on either Skull or 8-Ball, we're not quite sure. They look to be identical twins. Modified slam by Recon.
Look how huge the interrogator is. Look at that.
And there's the tag now, the Jackal.
Let's see what he can do.
The Jackal up on top with a knee right to the sternum.
Well, you know, the Truth Commission. Uh-oh, look at this.
Yeah, Jackal's got big problems looming on the horizon.
You're not kidding.
I think Jackal has just discovered he's in a land of redwood trees.
Look out.
Oh, that's shades of the interrogator. Yeah, Jackal is eliminated.
I guess turnabout's fair play, and he was turned about before he was slammed.
And now the sniper in. Again, we're not sure if it's 8-Ball or Skull. We're pretty. We know that's a sniper. There's a knockdown and a near fall.
Hey, look out. Getting company. This thing on.
Yeah, it's on. All
Feel
right.
free to join us.
You're actually supposed to be back in the locker, as best I understand.
JR, the quicker you learn that I do whatever I want because of those 3 men, the easier we're going to have it out here.
Okay, well.
You've been a point man in a systematic defamation of my character, calling me the David Koresh of the World Wrestling Federation. I'm out here to spread the truth just like I always do.
You know what, Jackal? He just called you David Koresh right before you came out here.
You see?
You know you did, JR. Don't deny it.
I'm not denying it.
Let's face it. The Truth Commission had, well, they had a little coup. They had a little uprising, didn't they? They got rid of the commandant.
You know what? I got rid of that Hogan's Heroes reject. And Jerry, you know that the quickest way to get heat in this business on yourself is to tell the truth. And that's all I've been doing. My revelation for tonight is that my name will be glorified in Montreal at the Survivor Series.
Well, right now it doesn't look too good for Recon. He's having his hands full with Crush, the leader of the DOA. And, well, there's a counter. But Crush, with all that power blocks, down the belly suplex. Big move there. Will that be enough? The leg is hooked. 1-2 and near fall.
JR, DOA may well be four of the most impressively physical individuals ever put together. However, the unfortunate thing for them is that Crush is considered the brains of the operation. To find out that Crush does not have 1 iota of the mind power that I possess.
Well, I'm not sure that this is a GE College Bowl, but in any event, nice back body drop there. And Recon attempts to land on his feet, comes back with a martial arts kick, and knocks down. I'm not sure if that's Skull or, again, or 8-Ball. I apologize for that, folks. They look just exactly alike. Pretty good collision there. And, well, it was 8-Ball. Skull's in there. Somewhat illegally, no tag was made.
Have been abusing the rules since they came in for their little motorized joyride for the World Wrestling Federation. Now we want to talk about rules.
Hey, Jackal, look at this. This is the wrong man.
There's a cover.
The fact
Swinging neck breaker there. Wait a minute. There's a cover. Could be over. 1-2.
The fact is here, the referee is completely inept. The thing of it is, we've been playing by the rules, and all we've had is this terrible refereeing. My men are willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary for my glorification, and you'll see that today. Oh, a complete double team.
Absolutely a double team. This one may be over. The interrogator in. He's been encouraged to get out. 1-2. And the interrogator's presence delayed the count.
That was a very smart move on the part of the interrogator. That's huge. Plus, he's got a lot of savvy in there. The big G, or the interrogator, as you call him, is yet to be let loose on the World Wrestling Federation. You should thank the Lord that I have kept the shackles and restraints on him thus far.
Whoa! The interrogator got a cheap shot in. There's the bulldog. There's the cover. And there's the 3 count. And now we're down to 2-on-2 here.
You'll find an even number as my true believers do play well for themselves, JR.
All right, now it's back to where we started. Both teams are even. And let's call him 8-ball for simplification's sake, King. But 8-ball and Crush. And, of course, Sniper and Interrogator.
Yeah, you can call that even if you want to, but from my perspective down here, I don't see it as even when one side has the interrogator on it. These bikers, by definition, have no respect for the law or the rules of the World Wrestling Federation. My men are military men. They have respect, but it's not doing them any good here because these referees are complete idiots. Not only that, they're doubly inept. There's 2 referees in there. Neither one of them can see what's going on. 2 times nothing.
Suplex by Crush on Sniper.
Look out.
And again, Sniper just barely able to hold on.
Oh, my gosh, look at this.
With a head scissors, almost a figure 4 head scissors. And Crush looking for the submission. Remember, you can be eliminated by submission, pinfall, disqualification, or countout as the 7-foot, 388-pound interrogator looks on. Where did this guy come from?
JR, I will say that this man is very, without a doubt, this man is the biggest man that he has yet to be unleashed. Where did I find him? He found me because he, like everyone else, needs something to believe in, JR.
Well, I'm sure that he appreciates your motivation, or whatever you call it. There's a tag made. And your man, Sniper, is in a pretty bad way and in the wrong corner.
JR, it may look bleak right now, but the fact is that there's a 7-foot skyscraper on the apron that says this thing is far from over.
Look out! Double thrust by 8-ball.
See, now that's just not a smart move on his part because I can only control the interrogator so much from here. This could get very ugly very fast. Look at that. That was a tag.
Absolutely.
The interrogator is in. This is going to get ugly real fast for the biker.
Oh, there's a DDT. DDT on Sniper, but there was a tag made.
Good night.
And sidewalk slam by this monster.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Over.
Well, that leaves a Crush against the interrogator and the Sniper. And Crush now has got to fight for his life here, so to speak.
You're not kidding. Crush is in a very bad situation because the interrogator, as one man, is bad enough. With Sniper on the outside, this is double trouble for this greasy, stinking, filthy biker.
The interrogator blocked the attempted slam and now makes the tag to Recon, or excuse me, Sniper. Sniper now in Crush with Crush all alone.
I think you're seeing right now, King, that my men are not afraid of anything except for one thing, and that is looking into my eyes at the end of the night and seeing disappointment.
Uh-oh. Tremendous slam by Crush. No! And that's it. Now it's down to 2 men. The interrogator
About to be down to 1.
but not for long. What a slam. This big 7-footer is unstoppable.
Yet another revelation has come to pass. My glorification is about to take place. I witnessed Survivor Series.
Well, he didn't exactly win it, but the interrogator made sure that the Truth Commission won. Look at this. Well, the David Koresh-like jackal has some sort of hold over these men.
Why did you say that when he was sitting next to you?
I tell you what, we're going to see great things from the Truth Commission, in my view. Just have a look at it, King.
Well, you got
laisse aller lui. C'est le meilleur de la gang. Il n'y a pas d'autre meilleur que lui, c'est vrai. C'est notre Canadien, nous autres. C'est notre Canadien.
Shawn Michaels va gagner comme Bret Hart parce que Shawn Michaels est le Génération X et numéro 1.
We traveled 12 hours just to see him win and kick Bret's butt.
Brett va gagner, c'est ça, il est au Canada. Il ne peut pas perdre. C'est ça, il va gagner. The excellence of execution, and Shawn Michaels will go back to the USA because we don't like him. We will follow Bret Hart all the way. Shawn Michaels is going down in Montreal tonight. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Certainly a variety of opinions, and you're looking at a live shot of downtown, beautiful Montreal. And certainly what a clean, wonderful city. Had some smoked meat last night at Schwartz game.
Well, you did good. I'm just looking at my calendar. I don't know if my calendar may be wrong. Is today Halloween? Did you see the faces on these people here in Canada?
Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Kelly is standing by in our America Online room. Kevin?
Boy, the perfect accompaniment to the Survivor Series. Folks, thanks for joining us on AOL. Folks are tuning in from all over the globe, from the UK, from Canada, from France, from England, from Germany, everywhere, and of course in America as well. Keyword Superstars is how you do it. And look, Stone Cold Steve Austin is here right now. And Stone Cold, I know everybody's talking to you, asking questions online about your match.
Stupid questions. How's my neck? Am I concerned about the neck? You're damn right I am. But you got to go out there and see it's either sink or swim. Steve Austin doesn't sink. So you're damn right I'm worried about it, but that's the bottom line. You got to live with these things and go on, and Steve Austin is going on. I don't need nobody feeling sorry for me because this is just something that happens.
All right, well, Stone Cold is talking to the fans online right now. Join us, fans, on America Online. It's Keyword Superstars, and for you fans tuning in around the globe, click on International, then on Sports. Then once you're there, it's Keyword Superstars for exclusive backstage coverage and interviews with America Online. Right now, let's go back to JR at ringside.
Okay, Kevin, thank you very much. And, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Milton Bradley Karate Fighters has been a very major part of the success of this Survivor Series. And obviously, we've got a record-setting crowd here for any Survivor Series. And earlier tonight, they had quite the party. Our good friend George Burch from Milton Bradley and his son were with us, along with many fans, many sponsors. And there's his son having some fun. He'll have something to tell his buddies at school Monday.
Yeah, they were up in the Sky Suite.
Yeah,
Not the cheap seats. I'm talking about the high-dollar seats up there, man.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, it's Team USA versus Team Canada in another 8-man elimination matchup. And there you see the 8 men that will represent their respective countries. And certainly a unique story on how Steve Blackman was put into this situation. And we're going to take you back. As a matter of fact, the last Monday night, we were in the sold-out Hershey Park Arena, Hershey, Pennsylvania. Vader meeting the Bulldog in a dog collar matchup when the entire Team Canada attacked Vader, and then a fan by the name of Steve Blackman came into the ring, King.
Yeah, look at this guy. I mean, we find out later that he's some sort of martial arts expert. He knows karate, jiu-jitsu, and all of this kind of stuff. But finally, the Anvil took him down, and Team Canada was going to do a number on him.
Well, Vader was trying to protect Steve Blackman from Team Canada, and Blackman would soon be escorted from the ring and jailed in Hershey. Blackman's from Anvil, Pennsylvania, not too far from Hershey. Vader was the man that bailed Blackman out of jail. Vader was the one that went to Commissioner Slaughter and asked for Steve Blackman to join Team USA in this matchup right here tonight.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm not crazy about this idea of Vader. I mean, here's a Johnny-come-lately. Sure, he may be a great martial art expert, but, you know, he's going to be in front of over 20,000 people here and half of the world watching, and he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. He's got to represent the entire USA.
And that's going to be a great challenge for Steve Blackman and company. Let's take it back to Michael Cole, who's standing by with Team USA.
Vader, the team you've assembled here really doesn't even seem to have a common thread.
Vader has assembled Team America. Let me take a minute to introduce them. The man they call Goldust, Mark Merrill, and Steve Blackman, the newcomer in town. Now, Team America and Vader, we don't have very much in common, except we don't like big mouth Canadian, trash-talking Americans, telling us how to think, telling us what to do, telling us how to act. So tonight, yeah, it's time. It's time to get bad. It's time to get back. And oh yeah, Team Canada, they're tough when it's 4-on-1. But tonight, look around you, Team Canada. It's 4 against 4. So it's just not
Vader time tonight. No, it's America's time.
Mr. Blackman, 6 days ago on Raw, you needed a ticket to get into the arena in Hershey. Tonight you're a member of Team USA. You must be nervous.
Well, I may not be experienced in WWF wrestling, but I'm certainly experienced in every other form of fighting known to man. And, you know, to me, a fight's a fight, so I'm ready.
Gentlemen, that's Team USA.
Mesdames, messieurs, nous poursuivons avec le prochain combat, toujours un combat par équipe d'élimination. Tout d'abord, je vous présente dans son chemin vers le ring, Goldust. Il sera suivi de Mark Mero, accompagné par le très joli Sable. Également, l'autre surnom, Vader. Et Steve Blackman. Mesdames, messieurs, Team USA.
Well, Team USA not extremely popular as one would have predicted here in Montreal, Quebec. And certainly not a very positive reaction. In addition to that, for Goldust,
Well, now they know how I feel. That's the same way these Canadians have treated me every time I've come into their country, and it's with very, very little respect.
well, no doubt the Team Canada will get a tremendous amount of respect. That means that FU is forever unchained, by the way. And Michael Cole, ladies and gentlemen, we understand as Team USA readies itself, is standing by. And I think Michael is standing by with Team Canada.
That's right, JR. We're with Team Canada. British Bulldog, Team USA seems extremely confident, but they're on foreign territory tonight.
That's right. You're in the Canadian domain, USA. Tonight, you will leave the ring losers, and Canada will be victorious.
Doug Furnas.
That's right, Old Glory. What's here to glorify? I'll tell you what the American fans of WWF are about. They're about drug, crimes, slime, and now they have their new degenerates. Well, I used to be proud to be an American, but tonight, I declare my independence. They say America, love it or leave it. I left.
Team Canada, gentlemen, back to ringside.
Now, that's certainly disheartening. I've known Doug Furnas since he was in high school, playing football for the Commerce, Oklahoma Comets. Quite a turnaround for Doug Furnas. Of course, Bill LaFawn lives in Calgary. And here comes Team Canada. Wow. It feels like the seventh game of the Stanley Cup Finals for the Montreal Canadiens, who play right here in the Molson Center, will take on perhaps the New York Rangers. And interestingly enough, King, only one member of Team Canada was born in Canada. That's Bill LaFawn, the Bulldogs from Manchester, England. Doug Furnas from Commerce, Oklahoma, and Jim the Anvil Neidhart from Reno, Nevada.
Don't ever let the facts get in the way of a good story, Ross. Who cares? This is Canada against the United States. And quite frankly, I'm a little bit ashamed of the team that we're fielding.
Well, you gotta wonder how together Team USA can be.
What I'm saying.
Vader, the captain of the team, one would
That's a scary thought.
surmise. Well, it is a little bit frightening. Mark Mero has had a big change of heart. Goldust, I don't know what to think of him, other than I'm absolutely, totally disappointed in his attitude recently. And of course, Steve Blackman, we've never seen Steve Blackman in the ring before, other than as a fan, as a ticket-buying fan, just 6 days ago.
Right. So what can you expect out of him? Can't believe they didn't come crawling, begging on their hands and knees and ask me to represent the United States. Whoa, look at this.
So Mark Merrow and the British Bulldog will start it off here. The Bulldog making his 6th Survivor Series appearance.
Look, how to win friends and influence people in Canada. Ooh. Nice catch, Bulldog. Ah! Uh-oh. Here we go.
Mark Merrow with that boxing background opening up for those lefts and rights. And the Bulldog just ran through Merrow with a stunning tap. Block takeover by the Bulldog. Upstairs in Manchester, England's own, the Bulldog is barking tall.
Oh.
Merrow, a former Intercontinental champion, making his way back in. And I think some of these fans here are a lot more interested in Sable than they are Mark Merrow.
Well, can you blame him? Wait a minute, what's he doing?
And I don't know that Merrow moved Sable away from, maybe from harm's way. I'm not real sure. Merrow's attitude towards Sable has not been exactly breaking Kathy Lee-like, if you know what I mean, lately.
You're not kidding. That's one of the things I worry about Team USA. I think a lot of these members of the Team USA have got a lot of other things, and like personal problems on their mind that would keep their mind off business.
Well, ego has a strange way of changing the complexion of a match.
Well, let's forget egos. Take a look at Goldust up there. After we saw what took place between he and Marlena last week, they probably spent the whole week in divorce court. Which, by the way, is not a bad idea for him.
Vader, that 458 pounds of mass, the former Colorado Buffalo Football All-American, using it to his advantage. And again, Goldust with the FU on his face. Oh, slam! Look at the power of the Bulldog.
No, he can't do this. Nobody can. Ah, he did it!
Bulldog tugging in. Bill LaFawn.
This roar of the crowd is deafening.
Bill LaFawn from Calgary. Vaughn tried to stutter step his way out of that one to no avail. And Vader just changes the complexion of the match with that mass and power. And now they change the pace. Here comes a quicker Mark Merrow. Merrow, that's $1 million knee lift. And Merrow taking some shots at Team Canada. For good measure, I guess. And LaFawn spinning heel kick. And Merrow's lights are dim.
He looks like Michael Moorer last night.
Down goes Merrow. On to the near fall.
I think he thinks he's in there with Evander Holyfield right now.
Well, it's Jim the Anvil Neidhart, by the way.
Oh!
Neidhart, who married Ellie Hart, who one of Stu and Helen's 12 children in Calgary. Neidhart now resides in Calgary as well. Taking another tag back in.
Reversal. Ow. That's a rabbit punch.
It sure is. What a cheap shot there. And here comes Blackman, Steve Blackman, the martial arts expert. Remember, folks, he is not a trained professional wrestler. He is a martial artist. Blackman is a third-degree black belt.
As opposed to you, Ross, you got a black belt in mouth.
And Blackman with the elbow. Picking up some of the catches, catch-can style. As LaFawn able to get off his shoulders before the tree.
Oh!
And LaFawn catching Blackman in the abdomen. Oh, no, the DDT.
Ow, he's out. He is knocked out. No, he's not.
A near fall, much to the surprise of this capacity crowd. Blackman able to kick out. LaFawn looking for the crucifix. Getting predicament here. Can he hold Blackman?
No.
Not this time. Boy, Blackman is really put together in great shape. And Blackman just ran through LaFawn.
I got to give him credit. He's pretty quick. Oh, wow.
Great thrust kick on Furnace. The Bulldog gets knocked down. Neidhart knocked out of the ring.
Look at this.
LaFawn elevated over the top out to the floor. And Blackman going right out after him.
See, To lose another member, it'd be down to 4 against 2. Whoa.
Team USA, much like a rudderless...
Oh, man.
And that was dangerously low. Let's be politically correct and
That
say
was
it was
all over the place.
lower abdomen.
Oh,
Big splash by Vader, and that's all. And Bill LaFon in, Neidhart will be taking an early shower here as he'll head back to the locker room. We're down now to 3-on-3. Both sides now are even. And LaFon showing great martial arts skills of his own.
hey, Steve Blackman, I hope you're watching this. This is how you do it. Get back in, don't get counted out, LaFon.
LaFon hammering at Vader, and that spinning kick off Vader right in the jaw.
Oh my gosh, look out.
Vader right into the steel steps. And look at Doug Furnace over there with a cheap shot. We got 2 referees, and they can't control the action.
Oklahoma and Colorado never got along too good either, did they?
Not on the gridiron, that's for sure. Vader again manhandles LaFon.
Look at the power of Vader.
458 pounds. And Vader just drilling LaFon.
Look out.
Belly to belly suplex, and boy, that was a suplex. Big time move by Vader.
There's another one of those turnabout's fair play because LaFon and Furnace have been known as masters of the suplex all throughout the Orient when they wrestled in Japan. Wonder how you like the feel of getting one from Vader. Wow!
Vader just crushing LaFon's chest, and that's more than enough for the 3 count. And Philip LaFon has been eliminated, leaving the Bulldog and Doug Furnace to take on 3 men. Mero, Goldust, and Vader.
3 against 2.
Great drop kick by Furnace up in Vader's face.
We're ahead. Yahoo! Advantage USA.
Furnace will be well served here to keep Vader down. You let this big grizzly bear up, and he can fight you.
Like that?
And the tag to Mero, and I'm surprised that Goldust didn't get the exchange. We have yet to see Goldust in this matchup. And look at Mero with those educated fists. Rights and lefts finding their mark, and down goes Furnace with the right hand.
Look at Goldust. He just doesn't look like he's too thrilled to even be here. He's got all this problems with Marlene on his mind, I guess.
Oh, when you walk out on your wife and your child, you should have some things on your mind. Great move by Mero, and Mero got caught. Furnace tried to catch Mero, and Furnace may have separated his shoulder there. His left shoulder is hanging a little bit. But there, a powerful slam. Furnace, University of Tennessee, a world-class powerlifter at one time, tags in the Bulldog.
Look out!
Bulldog now trying to derail Mero. Mero in a whole heap of trouble thanks to the British Bulldog who sends Mero for the ride. Mero up and over. Is it a sunset flip? Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
Uh-oh, look at this.
Bulldog block, look at the power of the Bulldog. Oh, you can hear him in Manchester. You can hear him in Manchester. This late hour there. Bulldog looking for that power slam, but Mero counter, and Mero with a right hand that caught Bulldog right on the button. Mero the elbow. Oh, one thing about Mero, he's certainly been much more aggressive since returning from the rehabbing his injured knee. Ooh, Mero not wrestling a lot here.
No.
And Furnace turning Mero back into the corner. And Furnace shows that he can fight as well. Ooh! Look at the hand speed of Mark Mero. Tremendous hand speed for the New York State Golden Glove champion of years gone by. And a roll up. 1, 2. And Furnace counters. Does he have fight? It doesn't matter. Doug Furnace pins Mark Mero. And Vader, the captain, is again back in. Vader has carried the load here.
Doggone it. Has he got to leave? Can't Mero? Well, or at least can't Sable stay? freedom from Marlena. Nagging White.
Tremendous suplex. Big time move by a big time player in Vader, and Bulldog rolls smartly toward his own corner and will be well served to tag in Doug Furnas. And Vader looking to tag in Goldust, and Goldust
Got a broken hand.
yeah, he's been cleared to wrestle though. Furnas gets a tag from the Bulldog. Down to 2-on-2 here in this Team USA Canada match. And Furnas folded up like an accordion from that suplex.
That's not exactly 2-on-2. Goldust got a broken hand. It's like 2-on-1.5.
Well, a lot of guys compete with worse injuries, and Goldust has been cleared to compete.
Worse than a broken hand?
Absolutely.
I remember I wrestled a match with a
Low blow.
Back
Furnas went
toothache.
downstairs. Come on.
I didn't see it. What'd he do?
He hit Vader low. And it would have been a disqualification if the referee had detected it. And look at Goldust. There's no emotion. He's not really into this match emotionally. He sure as hell hasn't been into it physically. He hasn't broken a sweat.
Thinking about a divorce. Got a big D-I-V-O-R-C on his mind.
Vader set for the ride. And catches Bulldog coming in. And you can almost see that one and feel that one coming. Vader knocking down the Bulldog, which is going to buy Vader some time. And maybe now Vader can tag in Goldust, who should be more than well rested. Crowd here solidly behind the Team Canada, and specifically the British Bulldog.
Look at this. Look at this.
Well, Vader looking for a tag, and Goldust is just not going to do it. Well, that's really standing up for your country, standing up for your teammates.
Come on, his hand must be really, really hurting.
Well, take a Tylenol. I don't know what to tell you.
No, you can't do
There,
that.
oh, what a suplex. A great move by Doug Furnas. Big time move. Furnas going for the cover, and that's it's almost over.
That was unbelievable.
Outstanding power move by the former world-class powerlifter and University of Tennessee footballer Doug Furnas. Uh-oh, Furnas, Hurlington Rana. Wow. Vader is down. 1-2, but Vader kicks out. You gotta hand it to Vader.
Look, take a look at this. I would have never thought that possible.
Tremendous suplex by Doug Furnas, almost a Greco-Roman throw. Oh, and Vader comes up with everything he's got, and he found it in that right hand, and Vader looking to make the tag. Look at Goldust. Just tag the man.
He can't tag him with that bad hand.
I don't think... Hey! Well, that got his attention. Does that constitute a tag? Vader bringing Goldust in like yesterday's garbage.
Oh, is he
That's what some folks think that he is. Walk out on your wife and your baby.
What is it? It's something on the back of his head. What does that say?
I don't know. Blaming all of his problems on his wife and his daddy. Well, look in the mirror. Alive again.
Marlena made him so mad, I heard he just rammed his fist through a wall instead of through her face, which is gentleman that he is, and he broke his own hand.
The referee is going to call that a legal tag, and now is counting out Goldust. He's walking out on his team. He's walking out in his country, just like he walked out on his family. And now Vader's by himself with Doug Furnas and the British Bulldog.
What are these idiots booing for? They ought to be cheering.
Two Canadians, or two men representing Team Canada, and one representing the USA. Wait a minute, the Bulldog's got the ring bell.
What?
The Bulldog has got the ring bell here. Vader going up. Here comes the Vader ball. And Furnas is gone. The Bulldog's got that bell. Boom, right in the head. Good Lord, you can hear it. The smack of that bell right on Vader's head. The referee didn't see a darn thing, and Team Canada wins it.
I told you you cannot trust Canadians.
British Bulldog Team Canada!
Bradley Karate Fighters has done a great job in helping us sponsor the Survivor Series. And we want to thank all the folks at Milton Bradley for all the great work as they always do with the World Wrestling Federation. Look at that crowd. What a magnificent facility. And in just a few moments, we're going to be having the matchup with Mankind and Kane. But in any event, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Milton Bradley Karate Fighters sponsored the Survivor Series. Bear with me now. The Super
I can say it. I can say it's a
Sweepstakes.
What?
Go ahead.
The Super Suppers Sweepstakes.
There you go. That's close enough. And we, of course, the contest, you sent in a postcard, and we do, we think we have our winner maybe on the line. As a matter of fact, the winner and 10 of their friends will get to have dinner with the WWF superstar of their choice. And I'd like to see if we have Jacqueline Cook on the telephone. Jacqueline, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Jacqueline, you're in Columbia, South Carolina. Congratulations, Jacqueline. You are the winner of the Survivor Series Super Supper Sweepstakes.
She sounds a little excited.
Absolutely.
Where are we going to go to eat, Jacqueline?
Huh?
Where are we going to go to eat?
Jacqueline, I want to know, are you watching the Survivor Series?
Yes, I am.
Are you there in Columbia, South Carolina? And what WWF superstar are you going to invite for your Super Supper?
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Stone Cold Steve Austin is going to be your guest. Well, that's interesting.
Stone Cold Steve Austin? What about me? I got good table manners.
Jacqueline,
Yeah.
Jacqueline will be calling you back later tonight, so stay with us and enjoy the Survivor Series on pay-per-view, and we'll be calling you back momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Congratulations. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we go from something kind of nice to something very deadly. He is Kane, and Kane, no doubt, has been on one hell of a path of destruction.
For I will never fight my own flesh and blood. I will never fight Kane.
We are going to walk through the World Wrestling Federation. Take each wrestler, one by one, and destroy them until we reach you. Undertaker, welcome to your worst nightmare.
And this is a 7-foot monster that looks to be, I mean, it's a stone or granite.
A picture is worth 1,000 words. Look what Kane has done.
This is the Undertaker's move, Tombstone Pile Driver.
Ashes to ashes. What you did was you took an innocent kid and you ruined him. And you have left me here to pick up the pieces. So, Kane, I want to make myself clear. I'll fight you anywhere, anytime, anyhow.
Monster Mankind, do you have any last words?
I don't want this to be remembered as a wrestling match because it won't be. It's mankind against a brick wall. Now, how do you face a brick wall? Common sense would say you walk around or you climb over, but that's not my way. I'm going to get a head start, Jimmy, and I'm going to launch myself into that brick wall. And when it does not fall, I'll get up and do it over and over again. And like Paul Bearer said, I may die trying, but I may not. So Uncle Paul, if that wall goes down, well, it's just you and me. The man you referred to after giving a year of my life, you referred to me as a pebble. You gave my soul, and you called me a pebble. So when I sink these two fingers deep inside your trembling, flabby jowls, and your eyes begin to pop out of your evil little mind, I'm going to ask you one simple question. Do I look like a pebble now? Do I? Do I? Have a nice day.
Boy, this is going to be evil. It's going to be physical. It's so unpredictable as you look at a Survivor Series record-setting crowd. We are live in the beautiful Molson Center in Montreal, the home of the Montreal Canadiens.
Tout d'abord, faisant son chemin vers le ring, pesant 287 livres, Mankind.
Does anybody up here speak English, Ross? Yes, King. Well, why does this ring announcer keep speaking French?
Now there is one of the three alter egos of Mick Foley, the deranged Mankind.
You know, I've said before, it takes a king to know a king, and Mankind is definitely the king of bizarre matches. But tonight, this match may go beyond bizarre. He's ready.
You are looking at the brother of The Undertaker, Kane, who is making his World Wrestling Federation in-ring debut. Officially, we should add, because we have seen the carnage and the destruction, and Mankind is not going to wait in this battle of survival in Montreal. Oh! Kane just picked up Mankind by the throat and threw him like a rubber ball right against the steel steps. And, oh my God, that's Mankind's head hitting the steps. The monstrous younger brother of The Undertaker, Kane. Look at him step over the top rope. He's nearly 7 feet tall, certainly well over 300 pounds, and thus small. You're talking about hellfire and brimstone, and finally the match now is officially underway. I don't know of anybody
until he goes down. And he said he may die trying.
Oh, come
He's
on.
right. Oh my God, look at this.
Steel steps. Mankind. Did it catch him in the face, or was Mankind able to get his hands up? In any event, Mankind just absorbed the blow of those steel steps in his upper torso.
Unbelievable. Mankind said he may die trying. That may have been the most prophetic thing ever said. Look at that.
Amazing.
Huge steel steps right into the skull of Mankind.
He tossed those steps like they weighed nothing. Did Kane.
Listen to that laughter from Paul Bear.
Oh, he's hideous. You have to admit, King, Paul Bear is hideous.
Well, you and I don't agree on much, but
Well, humor me. Paul Bear has stated loudly. Look at Mankind pull his own hair out. Maybe he's trying to motivate himself. Get that adrenaline rush. And just as he got back up and thought he had something going for himself, he's kicked right in the face as Mankind, and Kane knocks him down again. Paul Bear has said long and loud that he and Kane are going to make everyone's life, especially The Undertaker's, a living hell until The Undertaker fights his brother, and The Undertaker has said emphatically no.
let me tell you what somebody's saying right now on the Superstar line, Ross. Goldust and the British Bulldog are both on there right now. I'd love to be here when Goldust has got to say.
He's got a lot to say. Don't tell him what he's going to say. And whatever you do, make sure you're 18 years of age before you call that conversation. I'll tell you what I have seen. Mankind in a variety of incarnations, from Cactus Jack to Dude Love. I don't know of anybody that is more inspirational than this athlete. Will give of his body any more for the sport than Mick Foley. But I don't know that any human being walking the face of the earth is going to be able singularly to handle Kane.
Well, I really thought we'd seen the last of Mankind.
Sidewalk slam.
We may see the last of Mankind tonight, but I really thought we'd seen the last. I thought the transformation to Dude Love was complete. As stupid as Dude Love was, I thought that's who Mick Foley was going to be from now on. But Kane made sure that we saw Mankind once again. Like I said, it may be for the last time, though.
A vicious kick to the head by Kane. And look at the big man again, step right on the top rope. Well, this fight is eerie. It is so different. It's just bizarre.
You ought to see how you look with this red light shining on you, Ross.
Mankind has absorbed so much punishment. Oh, now there's a headbutt. Oh, good gosh, they're right in front of us and sound like a bad car accident. And Mankind got the left foot up, catching Kane coming in. Mankind just took Kane face first into the steel steps. And Kane, he's wobbling. Kane may be a little vulnerable right now, if that is possible.
Ouch! It's the first time I've seen anything have an effect on Kane.
Oh, Mankind's got a chair.
He blasted him right in the head, and he just crawled in the ring and stood right to his feet. Look at this.
Absolutely amazing. There you see Kane get dropped right into the steel steps and still just jump right back up. I'll tell you what, there are not too many people I've ever been around as tough as Mankind. Zeus, that is a pile driver. Mankind got the pile driver in.
That could be it.
Yeah, we saw Mankind last Monday bend a pipe right over Kane's head, and he set up.
Look at this. Mandible claw. Mandible claw. Look at the look on Paul Bear's face.
Mankind has a mandible claw buried down the jowls of Paul Bear.
Uncle Paul. He's got Uncle Paul. He's asking him if he looks like a pebble now.
I'm making reference to a comment that Paul Bear made. Mankind is only a pebble. And here's Kane up. Kane is up.
a shambles here, and still he has the strength left to DDT Kane.
It is a human demolition derby. And look at the guts and the fortitude of Mankind to get himself back up on the apron. Shades of Cactus Jack. There's the elbow run across the collarbone. And there's no padding out there, folks. That's bone on concrete. As far as Mankind's hips are concerned,
I think that Mankind is in the kamikaze mode now. He doesn't care what happens to him. He's just out there to somehow, some way destroy Kane. If he destroys himself in the process, he doesn't care.
Kane is up.
Look at this.
Oh, look at that agility.
Oh, no, no, no.
The sickening slap of Mankind's kidneys and lower back right on the floor.
That's got to be it. Got to be it.
Kane is the most devastating force that I think we have ever seen in the World Wrestling Federation. Jerry Lawler, what do you do to slow down Kane? He's been kicked in the down there below the belt. He's been DDT'd on the floor. And look at him standing, almost with an inquisitive look as he cocks his head.
But look at Mankind.
Mankind with every fiber in his being attempting to pull himself up and continue this carnage. Look at Kane grabbing Mankind, looking eye to eye. It's a tombstone. Tombstone pile driver. And boom! Got it. That's got to be it. Look at Kane, look at Mankind right in the face. But nobody's home. Kane is indestructible. Kane is the winner. You talk about 30 days of hell since Bad Blood on October the 5th in St. Louis, when 20,000 fans in the Kiel Center saw Kane cost The Undertaker a victory in that Hell in the Cell matchup. It has been nothing but carnage and devastation ever since.
Let's go back and take a look at this. This is the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. Kane,
One hand.
it was like a choke slam, except for the table and the floor were about 15 feet away. Look at this.
Now look at the power right here. Watch this slam. No way to break your fall. And then finally Kane would put this gutty, courageous Mankind out of his misery, at least temporarily, with a tombstone pile driver. Well, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, Kane's on fire, all right. What's going to put it out? I don't know if anything can. We'd certainly like to encourage the first 3,000 fans to send in their cable bills or their satellite bills. I'm a little clipped here with this Kane business.
Well, I'll just tell you, all you got to do is send your cable bill to Survivor Series offer, Post Office Box 5448, Rockville Center, New York, and we're going to send you absolutely free a World Wrestling Federation dog tag. But like you said, it's limited to the first 3,000 fans, so get that cable bill in right away.
Those are limited edition dog tags, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Cole is standing by with Commissioner Slaughter and, of course, Vince McMahon.
That's right, JR. And Commissioner, unusual tension in the air this evening.
We have extra security backstage at the locker room area, so nothing will happen back here. I assure you that.
Vince?
It's important that WWF fans get to see this match. This match, of course, was to have happened on a number of occasions, and it did not for a number of reasons. Hopefully, we will have none of those reasons, and the fans of Montreal and the fans all over the world will get to see this extraordinary match with two of the greatest WWF superstars in history.
Vince, I'm going to put you on the hot seat now. Who's going to win?
I don't know.
It's Vince McMahon and Commissioner Slaughter.
We are the Nation of the Nation.
Le prochain combat de la soirée, combat par équipe éliminatoire.
back there, and that's the reason that Vince McMahon is not out here with us at ringside.
Well, you know, I happen to be right in the middle of one of those little melees, and I can tell you firsthand that it did get out of hand in the dressing room on more than one occasion. And like you said, it's not going to happen tonight. It's going to be saved until they both climb in the ring and face each other one-on-one the way it should be. And I can't wait.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Nation of Domination are here. They're ready to fight. No doubt about that. And I think their opponents are ready to fight as well and are standing by with our very own Doc Hendricks.
Thank you, JR. Gentlemen, here we go. The traditional Survivor Series elimination tag team matches with gang rules. Obviously a dangerous situation, which should be right up the alley for the world's most dangerous man.
That's right. We're here to take care of business. And I got the tag team champions of the WWF, Hawk and Animal. And speaking of survival, Ahmed Johnson's no stranger to that. And when we get in that ring, it's going to be time to knuckle up and take care of some of that criminal element. Tell him, Hawk.
Seems to me that there's a lot of criminal elements amongst the WWF. Well, we are the sergeants of arms, and we're going to get rid of the riffraff, starting with a nation of domination. When we get done with you, you'll all be down, face down in a pool of blood, hoping you got a friend to tip you on your back so you don't drown in your own blood.
What a ride. All right, JR, here we go. Back to you at ringside.
Okay, Doc. I'll tell you what, LOD, Shamrock Johnson, tough men, but they best be ready.
Tout d'abord, de Sacramento en Californie, le lutteur qu'on surnomme l'homme le plus dangereux au monde, Ken Shamrock!
One of the basics for the world's most dangerous man, Ken Shamrock, who many insiders think will be the dominant force in years to come as Shamrock steps into his zone. Wow. Listen to this crowd, Ross. Is Shamrock Canadian or something? He has earned the respect of all these great fans here in Montreal and fans around the world.
The Pearl River, Mississippi, Mr. Ahmed Johnson.
He is Mr. Intensity. The dangerous Ahmed Johnson, who on more than one occasion has been hospitalized by the Nation of Domination, including a lacerated kidney and a busted up hand.
Mesdames, messieurs, de Chicago, les champions par équipe de la WWF, Road Warrior Hawk, Road Warrior Animal, the Legion of Doom.
For 14 years they've been together, Hawk and Animal. Tag team champions, American originals, getting a standing ovation in the Molson Center. Two teams of four will attempt to survive. The match continues until one team has been completely eliminated by submission, pinfall, disqualification, or countout. We expect great continuity, King, from the Nation of Domination. But what do you expect from their opponents?
Well, you know, you got to give the Legion of Doom all the credit in the world. These guys have proven it. I really didn't think they still had it in them. You know, a few weeks ago, they said, well, it was do or die for them. Let's face it. They were going to win those titles, so they were going to quit. And they got the job done. And somehow I got a feeling they may just get the job done again here tonight.
of four very intelligent, highly skilled, double tough athletes. D'Lo Brown, the side headlock on Hawk. Whoa. D'Lo making his first Survivor Series appearance. Whoa! Now D'Lo's got to come up with a better strategy than that.
He delivered the clothesline, and D'Lo landed on his back.
D'Lo going for a power.
Oh, that did it.
And that didn't work.
Ah, look behind you.
Neck breaker coming up. Whoa! Served up medium rare on D'Lo Brown, who tags in Rocky Maivia. And the young former Intercontinental Champion being manhandled here by Hawk. And Hawk nailed from behind. And Rocky Maivia takes Hawk up. Hey, that could be all. This could be over. And yes, it is. Rocky Maivia has just killed Hawk right in the middle of the ring.
With a little help from his friends.
Well, yeah. Ahmed Johnson is in. Nakama on the outside had a big hand, and Rocky Maivia gaining the advantage on Hawk as Ahmed punches a whip. Ahmed with the elbow. Ahmed Johnson, 310 pounds of fury from Pearl River, Mississippi, tags in. Well, here comes Rocky Maivia. Makes the tag to Kama. Well, Kama is one bad apple.
Yeah, and speaking of Kama, take a look at this. If you just saw it right there, he's the one that delivered the blow to the kidneys of Road Warrior Hawk.
Surprising turn of events here in the early going. And Kama Mustafa, the supreme fighting machine, knocking down Ahmed Johnson with authority. And here comes the man, Farouk, one of the greatest defensive linemen in the history of college football, as Ron Simmons at Florida State.
Looks like he was a punter, too.
Oh, I'll tell you what, he is the real deal, I'll tell you. Not intimidated. There's a backbreaker on Ahmed Johnson. Ahmed intimidates a lot of people, no doubt about that, and deservedly so. But Ahmed does not intimidate the Nation of Domination.
And let's face it, this has got to have taken a lot of the wind out of the sails of the team of Ahmed Johnson or the Legion of Doom and Ken Shamrock. I mean, to have one of the Legion of Doom eliminated quickly.
Ahmed Johnson on the wrong side of the tracks. Look at that belt. Ahmed's been whipped like a mule by D'Lo Brown in that leather strap. And now Farouk going downstairs. The Nation has isolated Ahmed Johnson.
You know what? When you just think about it, Ahmed Johnson, I mean, he was going to be a rising star. He was the Intercontinental Champion. He was on his way to new heights. And Farouk has taken it all away from him. He took the Intercontinental title. I mean, he took his health. He hospitalized him. And look at this. Now he's going to take him out of the Survivor Series.
Ahmed going behind. Wait a minute. There's a Pearl River Plunge. Out of nowhere, the Pearl River Plunge. And Ahmed Johnson eliminates Farouk. And here comes D'Lo Brown. The action does not stop here at the Survivor Series. Farouk has got to go to the house.
I don't think Farouk realizes what even happened yet.
We're back to 3-on-3 here. D'Lo Brown climbing the top rope here. Whoa! Tremendous splash. A version of a frog splash there by the nearly 300-pound D'Lo Brown. as well to keep his opponent off balance. And Rocky gets the tag. Oh, what a kick. Right to the kidneys. I'm a 6'6", 320. And look at Shamrock fight back. Shamrock is afraid of no one.
Let's hear it. He's the world's most dangerous man, according to ABC.
I'm not going to dispute that claim.
The world's last place network.
He'd be the champion right now. What for Shawn Michaels? And Shamrock quickly makes a very intelligent and a very timely tag to Animal. Animal slowing things down here. LOD champ. Without the leadership of Farouk, there we see the huddle by the remaining members of the nation.
See, that's a cohesive unit. You know, they got some strategy, and they obviously, without Farouk out here, the game plan may be a little bit off, so they have to get back together and get things together, and I look for big things now from the nation.
I'll tell you what, Kama, D'Lo, and Rocky Maivia are three not only very dangerous, very powerful athletes, but very intelligent athletes as well.
Whoa, look at this!
Front face lock is countered with brute force. Pace quickens here, and both men connect with clotheslines. Animal and Kama going down. And again, this elimination matchup at the Survivor Series will continue until one team has been completely eliminated. There's a nice suplex by Animal. Animal now will go for the cover. And got a 2 count, as you can see.
Both of these guys into artwork on their body. Unfortunately, Kamas don't ever come off.
Kama catching, Animal coming in with a knee to the solar plexus.
Watch this.
Rather dangerously low there. And then
It's all right, it's all right.
Followed up by a headbutt by Kama. And these fans just hate Rocky Maivia. And a middle. That was a great shoulder block there. Maybe Kane is leaving the building. What was that?
You got me. That's our illustrious sound man, Kevin Dunn, there or something. I'm not sure.
There's a slam by Animal on Kama. And will that be enough? I don't think so. Well, wait a minute. D'Lo almost had a miscue. And Animal able to counter there. Now Kama comes right back. Oh, stop with another martial arts kick. He has great flexibility for a man his size. Look at that upper body. Look at those shoulders of that man. Look out! And, well, that showboating will cost you. Will cost you the price? Yes, it will.
That's not fair. He drop kick Kama from behind right into Rocky Maivia.
Kama can join Farouk in the showers. And now D'Lo Brown is in. So we're back down to a 2-on-2 situation. Hard clothesline by Animal. Shamrock got the tag earlier. Standing drop kick by the very agile Ken Shamrock. And look at those shots.
It's 2-on-2, but D'Lo Brown is in a world of trouble right now.
Shamrock just ran through D'Lo with a clothesline. Look at Shamrock. Man, you talk about intense. I don't think he could ever be intimidated, but he can be poked in the eye.
Yes, I like that. Good call, JR.
D'Lo, and now Rocky on. That was as blatant as you could ever get. And referee Tim White.
I don't think he saw it.
He obviously didn't see it. Rocky Maivia really with a cheap shot. That should be all. Shamrock kicked out. Shamrock refuses to stay down, even though he got belted below the waist. Snapmare takeover, and now the nation is back in trouble, or in control. Shamrock's in trouble, and Shamrock with a shoulder up after the leg
Come
drop.
on, D'Lo, that's a lackadaisical cover.
You gotta assume that if Farouk were here, that D'Lo would not have made such a lax cover.
You're right. Farouk will be all over him.
And you gotta wonder what's going through the minds not only of Bret Hart, and Shawn Michaels in their respective locker rooms. But what about Steve Austin? Nearly paralyzed 3 months ago, permanently. Owen Hart, the Intercontinental title, still on the line. They got them all four, got to be thinking about what awaits them right here tonight in this history-making night at the Survivor Series.
It could be very much a history-making night because Owen Hart promised me personally about 30 minutes before we went on the air here that he was going to end the career of Stone Cold Steve Austin tonight. All it's going to take is one pile driver, JR, and that's all Owen has in his mind. One pile driver.
D'Lo Brown has a chokehold on his mind, trying to take the oxygen from the powerful Ken Shamrock. And Shamrock from the Lions Den out near Sacramento, California is being gut checked here. Oh, backbreaker by D'Lo. D'Lo Brown going upstairs, climbing on the ladder. D'Lo took a
way off the mark.
Yeah, he took a chance. An unwise decision made by the young D'Lo Brown, who missed that modified version of a moonsault off the second rope.
D'Lo took a high risk. Didn't pay off.
And Shamrock tags in Animal. Oh, and Rocky Maivia got the tag. Animal.
Get out of there if I were you, D'Lo.
Animal building up a head of steam here. Boy, look who's coming here now. Billy Gunn and the Road Dogg. And Billy Gunn's got his face painted like a road warrior. And they remember Billy Gunn and Road Dogg stole the LOD's shoulder pads. Rocky knocks Animal out over the top. And Animal just threw down the referee. Animal is a legal man in this thing.
What was that right in the face of Animal?
What in the heck are Billy Gunn and the Road? What is on their mind? They're thieves. They're pains in the rear.
Look at his face. Billy Badass has his face painted like Road Warrior Animal.
Well, Animal, I think, is going to be counted out here. Animal never got the tag. He can't even see to get back in the ring. Animal has been blinded.
It's a Visine.
Albeit temporarily, one would hope. Animal has been eliminated. Animal will return to the locker room. He has been counted out, leaving that man, Ken Shamrock, all by himself against two men, Rocky Maivia and D'Lo Brown.
Well, you know what, Ross? I kind of like this because now we're going to get to see just how dangerous Ken Shamrock is.
Well, I don't care how dangerous you are. I don't know if even Shamrock can overcome these odds.
Go ahead, make excuses for it now. After all we've heard, he's the most dangerous man. But now he may not be able to overcome these odds, huh?
Well, he might not.
Well, then he ain't too dangerous in my book.
Shamrock, the man that made Bret Hart tap out 2 weeks ago. He made Shawn Michaels tap out last Monday.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this is wrestling. You don't win by tapping out.
The hell you don't.
Huh?
D'Lo Brown now.
What's that touching to?
With a right hand. And that's not real smart. You got to wrestle Shamrock. Catch can style to beat him, I think. D'Lo hard clothesline.
That looks pretty effective to me.
Shamrock has no one to tag. Shamrock is all alone. Well, D'Lo and Rocky are having a conference as to who's going to put Shamrock away.
There he goes. Don't worry. Farouk will get this straightened out.
Rocky Maivia got the tag. Shamrock runs through the... He ran through the clothesline and delivered a double clothesline of his own. Look out! Rocky up and over the top. Belly to bell. Suplex. Shamrock just drilled D'Lo. And there's the ankle lock. The submission. D'Lo, is he going to give up? Is he going to give up? He's tapping out. D'Lo Brown gives up. Look out. Look out. Rocky's got a chair.
It's one-on-one.
What a savage chair shot.
Sound like somebody shot a gun.
Right to the spine of Ken Shamrock. And this is going to be academic here. Nation going to win. No, they're not going to win it. not going to win it right now anyway. And Maivia cannot believe it. Rocky Maivia cannot believe that that metal chair shot didn't put Shamrock down for 3.
Don't get your hopes up, Ross. It's just a matter of time. Look at this. Come on, just like Holyfield Moore. Stop it, Ref. TKO.
Shamrock is a setting duck here, almost defenseless, trying to pull himself back up to continue this fight. Oh, Shamrock blocks him. 3 right hands. Rocky Maivia, thumb to the eye, it looked like. Reversal of the Irish whip by Shamrock. Maivia, spinning DDT. Nice over the DDT. 1, 2, 3, no. 2, and only 2.
Come on, that was 3.
Shamrock is not going to quit. Do a shot with a shotgun. And Rocky Maivia is a world-class athlete. Maivia getting ahead of steam here. Right in the elbow, right to the heart of the fighting kid Shamrock. Lateral press, and Shamrock with the heart of a champion.
Come on, Rocky. He's going to take a little more than that.
With a spirit of a gladiator, Shamrock able to kick out, and Shamrock continues to fight. Bone showering rights and lefts. And Maivia now is in trouble.
Where does Shamrock get this from? Hit him again. Yes.
Maivia, Shamrock with a version of the Northern Light suplex. Good move by Shamrock. Causing some separation here. As the old cliche goes, Maivia went to the well once too often.
Yeah, but the world's most dangerous man, I don't think he's going to be able to capitalize on it.
Both men will be counted out. I suppose this match would then be a draw. Both men are back up. Both are great young athletes. And a Hurricane Run. Out of nowhere, Shamrock strikes with a Hurricane Run.
That's what I would have done right then, too. Good move.
Been a while since I've seen you use that move, King.
I'll do it on you right now if you're not careful.
I'll pass.
Come on, Rocky, get up.
Boy, a real gut check right here for both these guys. Shamrock will snap. Look at that neck. Look at that intensity. There's the arm bar. Submission. No, he's going to put down the leg. He's locked in. The ankle lock. Shamrock's ankle lock. And Maivia gets up. And Shamrock survives. Shamrock survives. Look at that. Coming out here. What a man. What an athlete. What a fighter. He may be leading the way for all of us before you know it. He snaps, and when he snaps, I don't know of anybody that can handle that man. The heart of a lion. And I'll tell you what, you talk about overcoming the odds. Shamrock's been doing it all his life. He just did it again in this matchup. A 2-man to 1 advantage, and Shamrock comes back with 2 submissions against
tell me what to do. You know who you're talking to?
Generation X in your house. Sunday, December the 7th. And King, I'll tell you something. We both have something in common as far as this next match is concerned.
What?
We've both been Stone Cold Stunnered by Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Don't remind me, okay?
And, you know, you got to wonder, is this about revenge or is it about winning a title? It's got to be, to me, for Austin, it's a lot more important than championship.
Oh, sure. For Austin, you know what it is? It's emotion. He's got all of these feelings built up inside. He's been laid to rest, so to speak, by Owen Hart. But for Owen Hart, it's for revenge also. He is going to break Stone Cold Steve Austin's neck tonight. It's going to happen, and all of these Canadians are going to love it.
Certainly a career-threatening situation for Austin, a career-ending situation for Owen Hart. Let's take a look at how this came together.
He has redefined the phrase, playing in pain.
And Steve Austin, ladies and gentlemen, went to the emergency room after his first matchup with Wildman Mark Miro and had some 16 stitches in his mouth and in, I believe, his tongue, and has returned back here to the king of the ring. And the stunner of Florida, year 1, 2, and he got him.
Stone Cold Steve Austin lives by one philosophy. It's not how many times you go down that counts. It's how many times you get up.
Now, obviously, Austin doesn't want any help. He's got one leg. He's lost all kinds of blood. But wait a minute. He's hurt. He's wounded. But here comes Stone Cold. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Let's be to the ring. Austin coming out to get a shot at the Hart Foundation.
Now he's getting up for a payback performance.
Owen Hart holds up his little slammy like he's some kind of big shot. He's the biggest piece of crap I ever laid my eyes on. And if he was here in person, I'd put about a dozen arrows right through his ass. There you go, Owen.
Oh! The feeling, however, is mutual.
Now, we all know what I'm capable of doing.
Let's see what Austin can do with him in. Go. How about that?
Close to the end of the match, when Owen Hart dumped me on my head, you figure I weigh 245, 250. Bam, you get planted in the match. It happens. And for basically about 50 seconds, I couldn't move my arms and my legs. And I didn't know if I ever would move again. It's pretty damn scary. So Owen Hart has got hell to pay. You get dumped on your head, you get the position that I was put in, it ain't worth a damn. And I'm just a little bit off. Well, I'm not a little bit off. I'm a whole lot off.
Austin proved his legacy by rising this night.
When you do what he did to me, you know, if it's my last step in life, you can damn well bet he's going to get the kicked out of him one way or the other.
Here comes that rattlesnake.
This belt and myself are going into Canada at the Survivor Series against you, Stone Cold Steve Austin. And believe me, this belt is going to stay where it belongs.
On November 9th, it ain't a wrestling match. It's payback time for Owen Hart.
You're looking up from the mat with your neck broken in half. And believe me, this belt is going to stay in Canada where it belongs. You American people don't deserve to see me a champion of my caliber.
At Survivor Series, will anyone be able to stand up in the end?
Well, that's a great question, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out because Stone Cold and Owen Hart are next.
Mesdames, messieurs, le
career-ending injury at the hands of Owen Hart at the SummerSlam just 3 months ago. Austin inviting some of his detractors to come in the ring and get their you-know-what kick.
He needs to remember, he's in Montreal, Canada.
Owen Hart with a tremendous ovation in his home country, and Owen Hart, oh, look at this. What an act of bravery. Owen Hart, defending the Intercontinental title, is bringing Team Canada with him.
Well, it takes that many guys to carry all of Owen Hart's awards. Those Slammies, all the titles, the flags.
Yeah, Owen Hart's won a couple of Slammies. He's been the Intercontinental champion twice. In some people's view, he is the real hitman of the Hart family, because he almost put Shawn Michaels on the shelf with a hit to the back of the head, and we all know what he did to Stone Cold Steve Austin at SummerSlam.
And you know, let's face it, in actuality, the physicians have not cleared Stone Cold to wrestle. They probably never will again. He had to sidetrack the physicians. He had to get this match okayed. Well, he had to okay it himself. He had to indemnify Vince McMahon and the World Wrestling Federation, tell them that they wouldn't be sued if his career was ended. And that may be the biggest mistake Stone Cold ever made in his life. Look at that.
Well, you talk about sticking a mean dog with a sharp stick. That's what Owen Hart's doing here now. There's what they're fighting for, or is it? Are they fighting for respect? I don't think so. I think Austin's one motivation is to injure Owen Hart, and as you said, King, Owen Hart is looking for one pile driver opportunity, and that's all it's going to take to end Steve Austin's career. And Owen delivered that tombstone pile driver at SummerSlam. It bruised Austin's spinal cord, cracked a couple of vertebrae in his neck, and as Jerry Lawler mentioned, Austin had to sign a waiver to hold harmless defendants officials in case he is permanently injured in the matchup.
Well, I hope McMahon read that well, because I got a feeling it's going to be tested in court. You know Stone Cold Steve Austin, if he gets dropped on his head by Owen Hart tonight, and I got a feeling that's going to happen, he'll be laid up, there'll be no money rolling in, and the first thing you know, he's going to try to sue.
Owen Hart certainly is not in any big hurry, it would seem, to begin this matchup, even though Owen has all this moral or maybe immoral support on the outside. The Bulldog and his comrades were successful earlier, thanks to the ring bell inside Vader's head. But in any event, it is a victory for Team Canada earlier here tonight at the Survivor Series.
You feel a little ashamed that Team USA let us down?
Well, I'm disappointed that they didn't win, but I'm disappointed in Goldust more than anything. You got to hand it to Vader. He carried the mail for Team USA. And Jim the Anvil Neidhart sneaking around here behind Austin, and Neidhart in. There's a stop! And Owen Hart now able to gain the advantage here in Austin. Maybe Neidhart was only a diversion, but Neidhart paid for it. But the bottom line, as Stone Cold would say, is that the match is underway. The Intercontinental title is on the line.
Listen to the chant of this crowd. Break his neck. Break his neck.
And then it's Stone Cold. Stone Cold. Open the can of whoop ass on Owen Hart. Reversal of the whip. Downstairs, Owen. Here we go! Owen goes to pile driver. In the middle, Austin's got to block it. No! Counters, back body drop. But Owen Hart going for the pile driver.
Here you go, here you go.
Owen now wrapping Austin's knee right around the ring post. And you can see Austin's left knee is heavily braced. Neidhart doesn't know where he is with his does it. And Owen Hart took one right in the beak with the right to steel ring post. Now Owen Hart sees his backup is leaving, and it looks like Owen Hart is walking out of here.
Owen's opening up a can of haul ass.
He wants to get counted out.
I don't blame
That's what I think.
Run!
Austin is not going to stand for it.
Look out, Owen!
Austin a clothesline, run the back.
Cheap shot.
And Austin inviting the Team Canada boys to come back out and get some more of it. Remember, we are in Quebec. We are in Montreal. And Owen Hart is a solid fan favorite here.
Well, does that make a difference in the way you feel about this match, Ross?
I'm going to call it right down the middle.
I wouldn't care where I was. Somebody put the stunner on me like Stone Cold did. I'm not a fan of his anymore. There you go.
Owen
Good
Hart.
shot.
That's a pretty devastating counter.
Uh-oh, look out.
Going downstairs.
We lost one announce table tonight. We may lose another one.
Mankind went to the announce table that's on the floor there.
Look out.
Austin taking face first, right down into the wood. The crowd is rabid. This crowd literally wants Owen Hart to break Austin's neck. I find that a little sickening.
Look out. Look out. There's some neck action for you.
And now Austin being choked. That tension of that cable around Austin's injured neck. Did you hear Owen Hart? He told the referee, disqualify me then.
Well, he should.
Owen Hart wants to take a cheap way out of here. Owen Hart just rang the bell. This match is not over.
That
Owen Hart was begging the ref to disqualify, and he wants to be disqualified.
Owen's doing the right thing. Let's give him credit.
What do you mean? Well, limber tail? Not want to stay and fight? That's not like a Hart.
He's defending his title.
That sounds like a proud Canadian athlete. Why, hell, he's a Canadian hero. He shouldn't fight like that. He's in his home country. Unless he's just a little intimidated by the rattlesnake.
Does he look intimidated to you?
He doesn't right now.
Step on that snake. Squash it. Oh, look at that cheater. Uh-oh.
Austin Ross kicks right to the heart. And right to the knee. And everywhere else.
He's stomping that mud hole in him.
And walking it dry.
Oh, no!
Austin again.
Oh, Austin! The stunner! The Stone Cold stunner! Yeah! Austin, the champion! Steve Austin is the new Intercontinental Champion!
Wait a minute! Team Canada's back! Furnace! What's on? Stunner for your trouble! The rattlesnake did it! Austin walks into hostile territory! And he comes away with the Intercontinental Championship! And now the fans seem to love it!
Yeah! I told you these Canadians are idiots!
Well, the 20,593 that has set a Survivor Series record will not soon forget the Stone Cold Stunner display by the new Intercontinental Champion. And King, let's take one more look. Does this bring back some memories?
Well, it basically came out of nowhere. I would have thought that Stone Cold would have wanted to punish Owen Hart a little more. He went right for the kill.
New champion. Well, there is the man right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back momentarily.
I know what you're thinking. I'm not a real athlete.
I'm just a wrestler.
I'm 6'10", 328 pounds. I was a consensus All-American football from Dallas County. My jersey was retired at Florida State.
Voted the greatest sports hero in Germany 2 years in a row.
When you step through those ropes, bad things do happen.
Had over 200
I've suffered a dozen concussions.
A broken bone. I've separated shoulders. Damn near broke my neck.
Blown out knee, but I still got up.
This is who I am.
This is what I do.
I'm not really an athlete. This isn't real.
Try lacing my boot.
A great deal of attitude here, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen it here tonight. You're going to see a lot more of it momentarily. Two of the most dominant and two of the most perennial great athletes in the history of the WWF are moments away from locking up here in Montreal.
This is what it's all about. How many times have we heard Shawn Michaels say, I don't lay down for anybody? And how many times have we heard Bret Hart say, he's the best there is, the best there was, the best there'll ever be? We're going to find out. One of them's got to put up or shut up. They both got to put up. One of them will be shut up.
Well, folks, this is very, very personal. This match is going to be stiff, no doubt about it. The competition could not be keener. This, I'm sure, will get you ready.
We're down to 1 minute and change. Sharpshooter, he got it. He got it. There's nowhere back. There's to be screaming in pain.
He gave it up.
No, not yet. This match has been ordered to continue.
I think the wrong guy won.
This is bullshit. Everybody screwed me.
I don't like him, I don't trust him, and I don't believe him.
You know, a lot of people don't agree with my lifestyle, but it is mine. So.
Phony little shit.
Just because I come out here and choose to live my life openly and freely does not make you a better man. I don't respect you.
You don't understand what it means to have dignity, to have poise, to bring prestige to the World Wrestling Federation.
I do this because I like it. You do it because in your mind, Mark Man, you really think all of this is yours. This here is what it's all about. You are a zero, my hero.
You're a disgrace to professional wrestling.
The Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels is the icon that can still go.
You're nothing but a degenerate.
Who is the show stopper? Me.
The lowest form of scum.
Who is the main event? Me.
Let's settle the score right here, right
My
now.
super kick is gonna be 1 foot down yours.
I'm gonna kick your little scrawny ass.
Ruthless is very arrogant, but he is the greatest athlete in the history of the World Wrestling Federation, bar none.
I'd like to see you tell Bret Hart that.
You can feel the electricity. Will be on the line momentarily. And what an ovation for the 21-year veteran, Bret Hart, who debuted at the age of 19 in 1976 in Calgary, Alberta. It has been a long journey for the Hitman. This match was a long journey in itself. Took 18 months to get it done. And the smart money is that you will never, ever see it again. Shawn Michaels would not allow the Generation X to accompany him to the ring. And in the same instant, Bret the Hitman Hart refused to allow the Hart Foundation to accompany him either. Possibly the two biggest egos in all of wrestling are about to collide. And of course, you know, it's not about the money. It's about the title. But it's about more than that. Oh, yeah. As you said, King, these two men truly believe in their hearts that they are the better man. It's all about the power, Ross. You know it. I know it. Let's don't kid ourselves.
really even started.
I think you're right. We haven't heard the bell. And referee Earl Hebner, the senior official, has yet to start this matchup. But we've got one heck for Donnybrook going right here. Michael's trying to block the steps there.
I'm looking over at the timekeeper. He's looking at the referee. I don't think it's really officially underway.
Michael's thrown into the railing. And here comes Bret Hart right after him. My God, Shawn Michaels is in no man's land. Bret Hart in a sea of Canadians. And Michaels being pummeled.
It's about 20,500 something against one right now.
Oh, this is chaotic.
Shawn had better somehow get back in the ring.
This match may not happen. Michaels may never make it back. Look at Michaels' body, all red. His whelps on his body, on his chest, on his back. Commissioner Slaughter and a handful of referees are down here.
There's Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon is here. We thought this was going to get out of hand. All kinds of speculation regarding Bret Hart and his future. Everybody's got the answer. Everybody knows the story.
Be ready to move.
Now Shawn Michaels is taken back over. I guarantee you this match is going to happen come hell or high water.
The referees, three of them, Sergeant Slaughter, they're all screaming, get back to the ring, but nobody is listening.
Michaels has pushed the cameraman out of the way.
Wow.
Hart went face first into the steel steps. Michaels is now choking Bret Hart. And yes, we talked about speculation. There has been a lot of speculation that if Bret Hart loses this match, that this will be his last match in the WWF. Now Michaels, Hart outside. Michaels turning the table.
Has the match really even started yet?
Michaels now is dominating Bret Hart. Bret Hart just ate a mouthful of security rating. And the folks in the front row are getting one of the first ever game. Michaels backdrop back in the ring from the first row, over the rail, down to the floor. That was a low blow by Bret Hart.
What does McMahon think he's doing out there?
He owns this place. He wants to get the match started. And we're going to deliver it. At least I hope we can. Elevated Michaels right on the floor, which is certainly very unforgiving. The hitman again. Oh my God, what a suplex. Michaels just was suplexed all over the concrete. I have never seen so many referees. I've never seen so much security.
There you go. They may clear some of it out on their own now. Patterson just took a shot.
Patterson, a Hall of Famer from around here in Montreal. Oh, this looks like the locker room in Hartford.
Come here, Slammy. Get us right here.
You know what, Ron Paul? Michael just rammed Hart right into referee Tim White.
Right. This is just what you gotta love. It's a good old-fashioned fight. It's just a down and dirty fight between two guys that hate each other.
Thrown again right on the concrete.
people that really hate each other, they'll both turn on you. They're making their way, I thought, back up to the ring. Michaels knocked down again. Michaels almost out on his feet. Oh, and again, Michaels ran into the security railing. Michaels tossed in the ring. I believe I'll ring the bell, ref, to get this underway. Ring the bell. The match has started. Finally. And Bret Hart is choking Shawn Michaels. Now remember, the match has started. Michaels is so resilient. Michaels is younger. He isn't carrying as much body weight as Bret Hart. And he's going to need all those attributes to survive at the Survivor Series. Michaels saying, oh, there. I'm sure it wasn't that complimentary to the Hitman. Inverted atomic drop. And right now, at this point in time, Bret Hart is owning the challenge. Right. And you usually talk to somebody when you're kicking their butt, not when you're getting your butt kicked. That would really make me mad. Michaels explodes. Flying forearm across the Hitman. Michaels, with his superior quickness, knocks down Bret Hart with a flying forearm right off the rope. That's the explosive element that Michaels brings to the dance. Oh! Michaels, he measured that one, King. Michaels measured that kick right to Bret's face. Oh! Michaels with a flat of the foot, again in the face of the Hitman. And Michaels now, I think that's the flag of Quebec around Bret Hart's neck. And Bret Hart looks to be bleeding from some part of his anatomy. It looks like maybe it's his hand, his knuckles busted. I'm not real sure. Well, he probably busted him on Shawn Michaels' head. Michaels now in control. Michaels measuring Bret Hart. Michaels unusually methodical in his approach at this point in time in the match. Yes, he is brash. Yeah. I mean, the biggest match of your life. The biggest match probably in the history of the World Wrestling Federation. And he stops and takes time out to mess with the fans.
Well, he certainly isn't prejudiced as to whom he insults. If you're here, you're breathing, you're fair game. And the reigning European champion, by the way, the European title is not at stake in this match. Michaels stinging jab and then a right hand. Oh, Michaels now measuring Bret Hart. Michaels may have more cardiovascular conditioning here. Michaels again is so resilient. Remember what Michaels did, King, in St. Louis just a month ago against The Undertaker in that cage. He survived and won thanks to King.
Hell in a Cell, I remember.
Well, they're moving furniture now.
Oh my God, look at this. What's he gonna do here?
Michaels now, Bret Hart's face flat on that step, just got stomped, and now Michaels reaching for the maple leaf.
Look out!
And Michaels using that flagpole to drive it right into the anatomy of Bret Hart. Got him in the throat, I think. Michaels has gained firm control
in the game, but one of the most painful. Trying to wear the man down now. I think you're right. I think that Shawn Michaels feels like he is in the driver's seat.
That's a move right from Stu Hart's dungeon. An old front face lock where you just grind that forearm right into your opponent's face, right across his jaw. It's a hole of control. Uh-oh. It's almost a little slap in the face for Bret Hart because that's something, the front face lock that you would expect Bret Hart to utilize.
Right, and ordinarily by this time, you'd see the Hitman already going downstairs, starting to weaken the legs of his opponent. But we haven't seen that. Instead, we see Shawn Michaels, almost in control, but not anymore.
Bret Hart now able to counter. And Bret Hart looking to go downstairs, driving the knee, the elbow to the knee.
I'm a prophet.
And Shawn Michaels raking at the face. Michaels certainly sensing that Bret Hart was going to start to soften up Shawn's legs and set Michaels up for the sharpshooter.
Right.
Irish whip. Michaels, head lowered, paid for it. And now Bret Hart focusing on the left knee of Shawn Michaels, who again goes to the face to rake the eyes for the counter. Bret Hart gasping for air. This match really taking its toll, obviously, out of both these athletes.
I think it was the match before the match that took the toll on everybody.
I guess that was just a little bonus for all the fans watching, not only here, but on pay-per-view. Cross body, wait a minute. Bret rolls through and Michaels kicked out. Shawn Michaels with a cross body, and it was countered by Bret Hart, who again goes right back downstairs. If Bret Hart gets the advantage and builds the advantage in the legs king, he won't go anywhere else.
You're right, because all that's in the back of his mind is the sharpshooter. Here he goes. He's setting him up for it right now.
Ooh, you can hear that. Michaels' leg right off the ring post.
Hope that wasn't a bone snapping.
And now it's Bret Hart with the figure four leg lock on Shawn Michaels. Michaels could have his leg snapped. Michaels is trying to hold on, but the damage has been done. Bret breaks before the count of 5, if you can believe that. There's no disqualification of that exchange, but the damage has been done to the challenger's legs.
Oh, without a doubt, and I thought I saw Shawn Michaels' head shaking in a yes fashion, but I guess the referee didn't think that.
Well, it wasn't counted anyway. Bret Hart was outside the ring. It may be sharpshooter time. We may be moments away from a sharpshooter as Bret Hart continues to torture the leg of Shawn Michaels.
Oh, my God. Oh.
Well, the Canadian hero is pulling out every dirty trick that he can to counteract the same dirty tricks that Shawn Michaels has been utilizing.
I don't know if, oh, here we go. Here we go. Nope.
Bret,
Figure four.
figure four leg lock. Michaels has fighting. How much longer? It can't be much longer, so Shawn Michaels gives it up.
And he's got him,
Survivor
he's
Series.
got him in the middle of the ring, Rose. Nowhere to go.
Michaels, he's got to quit. Michaels has got to give it up. There's not a human being alive that can withstand this much pressure, this much punishment in the center of the ring with a figure four leg lock.
Here we go. Here we go.
Michaels is trying to turn to his stomach.
If he can't get it, if he can get turned over, it'll take the pressure off of Shawn and put it on Bret.
And there's a counter. There is the counter, and Bret Hart wisely and to the ropes, which causes a break. That was all advantage grip. Michaels, to his credit, can you believe that the arrogant Shawn Michaels did not give up? Oh, what a right hand. Bret Hart laying it in there. Catching Michaels right in the forehead. And Michaels limps. He can barely stand. Upside down. Look out. Side Russian leg sweep. You know what's next? There's a cover. 1, 2, and can you believe Shawn Michaels again? My God, Michaels has shown a lot of guts here. He wouldn't give up on the figure 4. He wouldn't stay down for the lateral press after the Russian leg sweep. And then the lower abdomen takes a pounding.
Matter of time, Ross. He's being set up for the sharpshooter. You know it and I know it.
No doubt that would be Bret Hart's crowning achievement. Oh, you kidding me? Make Shawn Michaels give up.
All he wants to do.
Slam suplex, lateral press, and Michaels again, showing great tenacity, is able to kick out so many of these 20,593 fans standing. Watching the matchup, there's a backbreaker, and Michaels again finds himself in one hell of a lot of trouble.
He's resilient, but how resilient is he? How much of this abuse can he take? How long can he stand it?
Oh, Michaels just pulled the referee right in front of the Hitman. What about that? Michaels pulled referee Earl Hebner right in front of Bret Hart. And I think Hart and the referee hit heads.
Is that a disqualification?
It might be if he could get up and call it. And again, Michaels raking the face.
Look at this! Oh, you're kidding me.
Michaels,
Are you
going to try to beat Bret Hart with a sharpshooter? Yes, he is!
Are you kidding me?
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the looks. The drive.
What happened?
I've got the move. The really moving. I said,
What happened? Bret Hart gave up with a sharpshooter.
just a sexy boy. I'm not your little toy.
Shawn Michaels!
Just a sexy boy.
Wow, you talk about controversy.
I make them hot.
This crowd is living.
That means you win.
Michaels with a sharpshooter has become the WWF champion. And Bret Hart is standing in disbelief. Ladies and gentlemen, good night from Montreal.
The Big Apple. It's the city that never sleeps. And this weekend, it's as if every New Yorker had consumed an extra cup of caffeine. The World Wrestling Federation took over the world's greatest city across the radio waves, on television, and in print. And last night, thousands flocked to the Marriott Marquis in Times Square for the annual World Wrestling Federation Hall of Fame banquet. But tonight, it's the main event. Tonight, the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels defends the title against the dangerous and unpredictable Psycho Sid. Tonight, living legend Bret the Hitman Hart returns to the squared circle to battle the menacing Stone Cold Steve Austin. Tonight, The Undertaker looks to finally lay Mankind and Paul Bearer to rest. And tonight, who will survive the grueling Survivor Series elimination matches? Live from New York, the World Wrestling Federation presents the 1996 Survivor Series.
Welcome to Madison Square Garden. Mr. Benner along with Jerry the King Lawler and good old JR. We have tremendous action for you, and we're going to kick it off with a tag team matchup extraordinaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, the name of the game is to survive. The matches continue till one team, not one man, but 4 men have been eliminated. Anything can happen.
me just say this, McMahon. You're in better company than I am.
I didn't know you disliked JR all that much. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. On their way to the Square Circle, making their Madison Square Garden debut.
Certainly are. That's Philip LaFon on your left. Beth Furnace on your right. They have been tag team partners for almost 8 years with the All Japan Wrestling Organization based in Tokyo. And these guys have been All Asian Tag Team Champions. Furnace is from my home state of Oklahoma. He's from Mickey Mantle's hometown of Commerce. And Philip LaFon is a French Canadian, very proud of his French heritage.
We know where these folks are from, don't we, King?
Yeah, smell the excitement.
Smell the excitement. All right, Hillbilly Jim. Along with the whole Godwin family. Well, 2 of them anyhow. Yeah, Karate Fighters. Presenting the Survivor Series.
I thought that was Jim Cornette from South painted on it.
Oh. How you doing there, Phineas?
How come he didn't shake my hand?
I don't know, but I wish he had.
Because you're the lucky one, Ross. Thank you. I won the lottery.
What? Smell my hand, King.
Oh, my gosh. Never know what I've had, man. You know, Hillbilly Jim is trying to get Phineas and Henry to wear wrestling tights and boots. I just wish he'd get them to wear deodorant.
It's the first time for everything.
People from Arkansas have strange ways.
Well, as long as they're successful, that's really all Hillbilly Jim cares about. Whether they smell good or not, he don't think he's all that concerned.
Of course, the Godwins are very instrumental in Bill Clinton getting elected president of the United States.
Is that right? I didn't
Oh,
know
yeah,
that.
a lot of grassroots campaigning. They carried their precinct there in Bitters. Got all 4 votes. Again, the name of the game here is continuity and teamwork. And because we have 4 pure teams in this matchup, we should see some great teamwork here. An astute observation from Mr. Ross. I thought Doug Furnace was going to start it off. World-class powerlifter at one time. Junior college football All-American at Indiana, Northeast Oklahoma. And a great player down at Knoxville, University of Tennessee. Oh, big deal. You saw what they did last week against Memphis, didn't you?
All right, gentlemen. Let's call it truce. Here we go. Philip LaFon trying to start things off here against Marty Jannetty. All right, clean break there.
Oh!
And a little slap across the face, a little friendly slap.
Yeah.
To wake up LaFon.
Whoa!
LaFon with a kick to the midsection. Oh! Reverse high bench, follow up with the elbow. Here we go, LaFon winds up. Wrist lock, look at this. Hammer just going to work here on Marty Jannetty.
Furnace and LaFon very fundamentally sound, especially the more experienced Philip LaFon. Yeah, look at this, though.
Oh, nice maneuver on the part of Jannetty into a reversal. Monkey flip. However, LaFon extremely agile on his feet.
Look out, Marty!
Has a red to book. Oh! LaFon.
You know, if Marty could quit being a geek, what? He might be more successful. Quit being a what? A geek. Messing around there, turns his back on his opponent and stone. You're just a no-nonsense type of guy, aren't you, Jim Ross? You gotta tell the truth. You gotta try it. Or you wouldn't have it.
Here's the point there, King.
I think I've been slandered.
Whoa! Look at that maneuver.
Lee Cassidy's in there now.
And leads with a, how about that takedown?
An intersect reverse drop toe hold there. Into a submission maneuver trying to crimp that ankle.
Back up to the starting position. And a line of work there on that left leg.
There you go.
Oh, how about that sweep? Huh?
Leg drag. King, you ever been leg drag?
He's been dragged through most everything.
Hey, hey, hey. Don't start on me.
Daniel upper skin. Unless somehow you seem to come out unscathed.
That's right. Royalty, McMahon.
Still royalty?
That's what it is. Oh, no, no. Oh, God.
Little dabble, do you?
Yeah, a little spittle in the hair. That's always good. I told you Arkansas folks had strange ways. You ever see Hillary Clinton do that?
I beg you know, I don't believe I have. And rolling over. In complete control right now, we got Phineas.
Notice the tag champions, the Bulldog and Owen, kind of surveying the land here. They are letting the Rockers feel everybody out.
And I would think, not knowing too much about LeBron and Furnace, it might be a smart decision on the part of the tag team champions. Look at this. How about that?
Yeah, that's pretty impressive for a geek, isn't it there, Ross?
That's very impressive.
Yeah, it is.
There's a geek or not. Lee Cassidy.
Look at this. Oh!
Now, you don't want to do that. That is dumb. You don't want to rile up, as they say, someone like Phineas. He loses it pretty quickly.
Yeah, he never had it to begin with.
That's a good point.
Wouldn't want Phineas to break his game plan here. I'm sure he's been supremely prepared by Hillbilly Jim and all the strategy.
I'm not so sure about that. Sort of a reaction type individual.
Uh-oh. Whoa! Phineas is a big boy. He's 6'7".
Yes, sir. Phineas in control at the moment over Cassidy. Hammers away. Tag team elimination action. Uh-oh, look out. Jannetty driving a knee behind the official. Back clothesline.
Remember, the match continues until one whole team has been eliminated.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Wow.
They're the tag champions.
And boy, they know every trick in the trade.
Yeah, now you're talking about a team. Get him, Owen.
Owen has been in a very surly mood today. Owen is not happy that his big brother Brett is back.
Well, Owen certainly is hoping that Stone Cold Steve Austin is victorious. And he could very well be. On the outside, look at this.
Look at this. This is great.
Harvey Whitman's the referee on the outside.
Wow,
hasn't made a call yet.
Harvey finally.
We got two referees. Is that enough?
One's on the inside, one's on the outside. Should be enough.
Well, probably the stench of Hillbilly Jim is driving Harvey away, keeping him away from ringside.
Off the rope and oh!
Man.
What a clothesline. Cassidy drops the leg.
Good leg drop. Uh-oh. Phineas is in the wrong part of town. He's not going to find any friends over there.
No, sir. Back up on his feet, Phineas must do everything possible to tag in one of his partners. Oh! The receiving end of an elbow there.
You know, Ross, you were talking earlier about Owen Hart. Rightfully so. He should be upset that Bret Hart is back. Just when Owen is coming into his own, tag team champion, finally getting his just desserts, along comes the spotlight stealing Bret Hart. Back to hog all the glory, and Owen knows that. I'd be upset, too.
And Marty Jannetty trying to calm the crowd down. On the top rope. Oh!
Oh, no!
Trouble for Jannetty. Phineas, what's he going to do now with Marty Jannetty? Phineas climbing the rope.
There you go. Phineas is going to attempt a suplex. Now, how stupid is that? He's 6'7" and 300 pounds. Stay on the mat. And make the tag. Poor old Phineas. I don't know. Those 3 years he spent in the 4th grade, I just don't think set well with him.
There's a tag.
Now, business will pick up here. Oh, Hank knows what's going on.
Hank, the brains behind the brawn. And Marty Jannetty collapsing into the rope.
His knees out.
Really whipped in there.
You got to get out of there, Marty.
Boy, that's like shooting a fish in a barrel. Oh, Henry had him locked in a corner.
Henry ran into that boot, however. And Henry, and Phineas, how about that? Now, that was a clever maneuver on the part of Phineas, wouldn't you say?
Phineas protected his partner there. Look at, oh, it's not going to work the second time. Look at this.
Oh! Rockers attempting. So, here we go with a slap drop.
That'll be all.
And one team member has been eliminated. Look out! Hart comes right in. 1, 2, oh!
Beautiful! Beautiful!
Look out from behind. Oh,
He could get eliminated that way, couldn't he?
Yep. Counted out, disqualified, pinned, or made to submit. So, Jannetty's gone, and so is Henry Godwin. We're back to 3-on-3.
All right, Owen Hart set up. And he tags the Bulldog off the open. Look out! Clothesline. However, Owen is not the little man, and look out! Here it comes, the powerhouse, the power, with a cover, a count, and a victory.
Yes!
Very impressive slam. Guy 6'7", about 300 pounds. The Bulldog took him up like he was I don't know, maybe a Burger King.
Hey.
Whopper thing, you know.
Let's take a look at it. Here we go. The slop drop first.
Marty Jannetty. He had a bad leg. He was hurt.
He was.
Oh!
Yeah, my goodness.
There's a good leg.
Great
I'll
move.
say.
Great move.
All right, here we go. Back to live action. The Bulldog in there against Furnace. Doug Furnace reversing things in the Bulldog. From the other side now. Leapfrog nice done by Doug Furnace. Wow.
Whoa.
Action here. Drop. Oh. Go. And whoa, look at that. Bulldog coming down to the chest. Furnace Bulldog.
Furnace delivers one of the best drop kicks that you will ever see, but it didn't find its mark that time. This guy at one time was a world-class power lifter. A lot of athleticism.
You have to wonder whether or not their first appearance in Madison Square Garden might be one that might be a little intimidating, JR.
I'm sure that it would be.
Oh, elbow right in the butt of the jaw. Uh-oh. Owen Hart behind the official's back.
Get him, Owen.
Look at this. Going to work in. The official still distracted by LaFon. Come on.
Furnace and LaFon, 2-on-3.
Look at this.
Whoa. And a cover, two, and count. Whoa. Really kicked off.
That's the power right there.
Cassie right back on Furnace, however.
Cassie's been very aggressive here.
Oh. Yes. Ouch. Hanging onto the leg. Cassidy, the Bulldog, and Owen Hart. Trying to be victorious in
Get him in that corner. There you go. Get him in that corner.
Series. Smart move on the part of Cassidy.
Now 3-on-1.
Bulldog and Furnace locking up now.
Tag was made. Tag was made.
What about it? Owen Hart leveling Doug Furnace with a drop kick that almost decapitated him. Wow. The Bulldog and Owen Hart mean business at the Survivor Series. Look at that.
That was beautiful. He's out. Look at him. He's out.
Furnace needs to make a tag very, very badly here.
No kidding. Hey, whoa.
And small package and not enough. We have LaFon and Furnace. Oh, my goodness. Making their Madison Square Garden debut, and they may have a few butterflies and a few cobwebs in their head, for that matter.
I guarantee you, Bret Hart is back there right now taking notes.
Oh, it's 2 against 3. 1, 2, and oh! Thought it was going to be LaFon left by himself against 3 individuals.
Watch your brother Owen, Bret. You'll learn something.
I think Bret Hart is not watching this as we speak.
He better be. He's going to need everything he can muster up against Stone Cold.
Why do we have 2 referees when there's 2-on-1 in the corners?
Well, the outside official apparently is supposed to be there to make sure when someone is eliminated that he goes straight back to the locker room, but he should be doing a bit more than that.
I would think that'd be my suggestion.
Wide open.
Am I the only one thinking here?
What do you think, King?
Look at this power. This is amazing. Look at the amazing strength here. It's like
vertical suplex nicely executed. The Bulldog. Look at this.
Oh,
is he a showboat or what?
Well, he's wasting some time. Bulldog
has to. He likes to showboat.
Now he is a little
Trying to take a page of Shawn Michaels' book. Of course, there is a price to pay for that if you get caught.
Right.
And when you pay, generally it's a big price.
Ooh, amazing. Bulldog uses his vertical suplex and didn't even go for the cover. It may be a mistake. Why?
Well, I think
they're having fun now. It's 3 against 2.
I don't think it's about having fun. It's about winning. Whatever it costs, you win.
And Cassidy with a clothesline moving right in. Furnace and LaFon.
Oh, here we go.
Down into the knee, driving into midsection.
One of those Suzanne Summers gut busters right there. Right to the lower abdomen.
All right, to the buckle. Look out, missing with the clothesline.
There's a tag.
And the tag was made. LaFon coming in, a clothesline from behind. Philip LaFon now sits up. Cassidy.
This ain't going to be pretty here.
Uh-oh.
What's that called?
What was that? Whatever it was successful. What a maneuver by Philip Lafon.
It was a version of a suplex. Well, that was a great move by Philip Lafon.
And now it's down to the tag team champions and two individuals making their debut in the World Wrestling Federation and their debut in Madison Square Garden. Lafon and Furnas, and
that was a great spinning heel kick. What you have now? Oh.
Yeah, take another look at it now, what we saw earlier.
Ah! Ooh!
Wow.
That'll take your
Another
breath
look
away.
at it. Live action.
Don't these idiots know they're supposed to be intimidated by the tag team champions?
Here we go. 1, 2, the Bulldog started. Almost a count of 3.
They better show some respect. Oh! Yeah! Now you see how it feels. Bulldog's got unbelievable power. And I've never seen the Bulldog look stronger.
And Owen Hart has it all. Off the rope. Owen Hart hits the deck. Right back up now. Look out.
There you go. Great belly to belly.
Up cover. Up count. And Owen not hooking the leg.
Owen will show this guy every kind of suplex in the book if he's not
Sure
careful.
will. Owen Hart, a consummate professional.
Look at this. Look at this.
And neck breaker actually executed. Look out. What's he going to do now? Owen.
Take a chance.
Yeah! Forget about it. That'll do it. 1, 2, and a count. Oh, how about it?
Owen is having a hard time believing that Philip Lafon, Paris, France contribution was able to kick out of that.
And if nothing else, even if Bulldog and Owen are victorious, forget about it. That maneuver was enough to knock Shawn Michaels out 2 in the count of 3. He got him. Didn't he?
Nope, near fall.
I'd like to see that in replay again. Wow.
I think the kick was more on the shoulder than it was in the head. Got to be right about that. If he'd have connected with his head, nobody gets up from that.
All right, here we go.
Finish him.
Double team. Forget about it. Double clothesline. And Lafon has been absorbing all kinds of punishment by both the Bulldog as well as Owen Hart.
You know, I can see where these two teams can develop quite a rivalry if given the opportunity.
Well, again, I would suggest that Bulldog and Owen Hart, if they did... Oh, come on, ref. That was a disqualification right there.
I missed it.
If he went for the inner thigh, that's one thing, but that looked more like he went right to the groin. A real judgment call by this official, and I would suggest one that really should be questioned.
Yeah, or as they say in Oklahoma, the Bruin.
Wherever it was
low.
It was devastating.
And it should have been disqualification. What is Harvey doing here? King, would you go ask Harvey if he needs a cup of coffee or something? Harvey Whippleman is doing an excellent job.
You think King gets coffee for people? He's royalty.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the ride, Lafon. Here comes Owen Hart.
Oh!
Charging into a knee. And Lafon tries to make the tag, and Owen Hart cuts him right off.
Come on, Owen, give him another suplex. Owen Hart able to get his body between Furnas and Lafon. Good positioning there by Owen.
All right, double team effort. Here we go. Get another clothesline. No, Lafon rolls through. Lafon now goes up high.
Oh, Furnas.
Wait a minute. We got action on the inside, action on the outside.
What? Wait a minute. Bulldog was pinned. No questions asked. No controversy. Oh, flipping. He chop blocked into Bulldog. Good. Just what he deserved. Bulldog's eliminated.
The Bulldog officially eliminated, and now it comes down to Owen Hart against both Furnas and
Worked on that leg. Oh,
get it.
Wow.
Owen Hart again. Oh.
LaFon's obviously in tremendous pain from that chop block, and then his leg being wrapped around the ring post there. That steel is pretty unforgiving, quite frankly. Good enough for him.
And I would suggest we're going to see the sharpshooter at any moment. Owen Hart working on the leg of LaFon. Uh-oh, he's not finished with it yet. Look at this.
Owen trying to knot up the hamstring there. Calls it Charlie horse, that large thigh muscle. Another leg sweep. Come on.
In control, Owen Hart. Owen Hart must do it for his entire team as we're down to 2-on-1 now. And win, lose, or draw, an impressive outing for Furnace and LaFon. Their very first appearance here ever in the World Wrestling Federation. Are you impressed, King?
I guess I'm more surprised than impressed. I think all they did, they caught Owen Hart, and obviously the British Bulldog took these guys a little bit too lightly. I don't know about that. It's easy to do with somebody named LaFong.
That's LaFon.
Capital L, small a, capital L.
Let's not go there. It's LaFon, not LaFong.
Bulldog and Owen are both very well aware.
Oh. Here we go, sharpshooter, and he has it on.
That's all.
A move perfected by Bret. They hit Van Hart and Owen Hart, ladies and gentlemen, with the sharpshooter on LaFon. And oh no! And Furnace coming in, and that could have been a disqualification.
Yeah, it should have been.
Judgment called by the official.
Well, he had to break the hold, or maybe in a submission. They came to win. That's the name of the game here. Win, whatever it costs.
LaFon off the rope.
Oh, hey, a reverse kick. What a kick.
Going the other way.
I'd love to see that.
And the contingent from Paris, France, surprising Owen Hart right in the mush. And Owen looks to tag out. There's nobody there, Mr. Hart. You're all by your lonesome. All by yourself.
Tag Clarence.
Clarence Mason, of course.
Come on, look out. Owen, oh no.
Here we go. Doug Furnace, the powerhouse.
Oh, my gosh. Good football shoulder block there.
Owen Hart set up for the ride. Off the rope. Drop. That's that drop kick you alluded to earlier. JR coming over. Two and he goes.
Palmer's Comet got up there.
Oh, my God. Here we go. 1, 2, he got it.
No. How do you like your suplexes? Not over easy, I hope. Maybe scrambled.
Look at this. Oh, right on the butt of the jaw.
Oh,
wow.
God. Oh, sternum first.
Oh, no.
Owen Hart just he landed right on his head.
1, 2, he got him. He got him.
That was as devastating a suplex as you will ever see.
We often say anything can happen here in the World Wrestling Federation. Who would have ever called this? Making their very first appearance ever. LaFon and Furnace victorious in the first Survivor Series elimination matchup.
Well, if you ask me, these two young upstarts, these young punks, have made the mistake of their lives.
Why is that?
You don't think that Owen Hart and the British Bulldog are going to take this lion down, do you?
I would suggest not.
Watch this right here. Watch your head, Owen! Oh! I could break somebody's neck.
Anything can happen.
That prime Oklahoma beef with a little French seasoning. Pretty good dish.
There you see it live. New York City, ladies and gentlemen. Right outside Madison Square Garden. Anything can happen here. With that in mind, let's go back inside. As a matter of fact, let's go down to the bowels of the building, if you would. Kevin Kelly is there with Mankind. Kevin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Vince. I'm also here with Paul Bearer. And, Mr. Bearer, in just moments, you will be raised high above the ring. In a small cage, you'll be unable to interfere. And if The Undertaker can incapacitate Mankind enough, you'll be lowered right back down into The Undertaker's waiting arms.
I think so. I'm not going in no cage. I'm not an animal. I'm not going in a cage. Because I'm Paul Bearer, and you're not.
Paul, think back to Buried Alive. Think back to with his last dying gasp, how The Undertaker came to life. It doesn't bother me, because I know whatever form you take, Undertaker, you'll be crawling with your gasping breath down the aisle at Madison Square Garden, and I will stop you like the cockroaches I used to call dinner. And just like those lovely insects at Survivor Series, Undertaker, I'm gonna eat you alive! What did I say?
Very much, gentlemen. Wow. What do you think, JR?
Well, I'll tell you, Mankind has proven that he has The Undertaker's number. I know The Undertaker has been looking forward to eliminating Paul Bearer from the World Wrestling Federation since SummerSlam.
And there you see the cage there, JR, that Paul Bearer is going to be placed into and hoisted high above. I hope he's not afraid of heights.
Yeah, me too. I don't think I'd like to be behind bars. How about you?
I don't think so.
Paul Bear's not afraid of heights, because he's going to be hovering above the ring here.
And here comes Paul Bear with a trepidatious look. Well, what about that? He's claiming he's not going to go in the cage.
I think the situation here is that Mankind is going to put his own body on the line tonight to the degree to do anything that he can to keep Paul Bear from having to face the Undertaker.
You know what, JR? I can see it. I can see it there on the palms. I can see it everywhere, the goosebumps. You can feel it, ladies and gentlemen, here in Madison Square Garden. You can feel the presence of the Undertaker.
He's here.
And we are going to see an Undertaker, I believe, like we've never seen before. Considering the fact that the Undertaker was literally buried alive on our last pay-per-view extravaganza, the Undertaker likely to be back, JR, as we have never seen him before.
Yeah, more aggressive. And one thing somewhat ironic is that the Undertaker made his debut this very night 6 years ago at the Survivor Series, that in 1990.
And what an impact he has had on the World Wrestling Federation ever since. But perhaps none any greater than the impact he will have here tonight as Paul Bear continues to protest to the official. He will not get into the cage.
Will he fit in the cage? That's another question.
The cage is it's a big shark cage. Maybe it's a whale cage. I don't know what it is, but it's big enough to hold Paul Bear. Oh, Paul Bear frightened. That's what he should. He is the phenom of the World Wrestling Federation, ladies and gentlemen. He is the one. He is the only. He is the Undertaker, and look at that. He's descending from above.
He's going to drop in and beat somebody up. Unbelievable.
The Undertaker. Sending chills up and down the spine of certainly Paul Bear, Mankind, if not this capacity crowd. The Undertaker coming to Madison Square Garden, coming to the Survivor Series to do some damage.
Yeah, this is not going to be pretty. This is not going to be catch as catch can. There's no judges. Look at, I can't get a good look at his ring attire. It's very different.
Mankind to the outside. Paul Bear trying to get away. Paul Bear went into the cage just to get away from the Undertaker. Paul Bear locked himself inside the cage. Look at Paul Bear. Mankind coming in from behind. Oh no. Get that cage out of there. The official.
We got a cage cam.
We have a what?
A cage cam. We got a little camera in that cage. Look. First time ever. And the Undertaker looks to be dressed in all black leather.
Oh! You want to talk physicality? You've got to be talking about two individuals who just don't care about themselves, much less the other individual. Look at this. They're all over each other. Oh!
These two guys don't give a darn about their physical well-being. Listen to the ring. A drop toe hold. I've never seen the Undertaker utilize a drop toe hold before.
I would suggest we're going to see a more volatile Undertaker than we have ever seen, and I don't think he's going to go away this time. The Undertaker and Mankind going at it with Paul Bear suspended above the ring in a cage. Paul Bear will not be instrumental in any way in this matchup unless it starts raining, so to speak, from up above.
I think Paul Bear is going to be out of the fray here. But Paul Bear has to worry. There's a submission move right there. The Undertaker's trying to hyperextend the elbow of Mankind in addition to pulling back on those fingers, which quite frankly is not exactly legal.
Well, I don't know that
Far be it from me to go.
Mankind would necessarily submit. It certainly would be out of character, so to speak, if Mankind were to submit to some sort of painful submission. Oh, look at that.
What he's done right there is Undertaker stomping on that mandible claw hand of Mankind. It seems to be that that's maybe the focus of the original offensive onslaught here of the Undertaker. To break that hand. Pretty basic
Well,
offense.
certainly that was a strategy first employed by Shawn Michaels, if you will recall, in Philadelphia, to damage the right hand so that the mandible claw would not be very effective.
We wonder how effective Mankind will be if he were not able to use the mandible claw. I've often wondered that, and now we may find out here tonight. His hand may already be broken.
The Undertaker, oh my goodness, look at this. That tag rope wrapped around the fingers of Mankind.
Oh, I know personally that Mankind has a very high threshold of pain. You know about the JoJo Miller incident, you know. Can't go into that. No, I can't go into that now. JoJo Miller. Childhood thing with Mankind.
Oh, snap by the Undertaker.
What, hard slam?
Oh, the rope in. Oh, look out. Mankind runs the mind to move out of the way. The Undertaker back on his feet. Mankind spinning into him. Look at it close. Both men going to the outside. Both men on their feet. Oh, the similarities between these two are extraordinary, as well as a contrast. And oh no, they're going to take it outside. Oh no.
It gets very dangerous out here. No mats. This is all floor. Riding the fans. Mankind and the Undertaker taking it to the streets. They may fight all the way down Broadway.
Look out, here comes back. Oh no, over the rail.
Back body drop from the outside back into the ring area.
And Mankind moving back in, and the Undertaker hot on his trail.
Mankind scarred and mangled body being put to the test here.
And again, what must Paul Bearer be thinking as he's looking down on the matchup, knowing full well that if the Undertaker is successful against Mankind, then that means the Undertaker no doubt will get his mitts on Paul Bearer. And how sweet would that revenge be?
Well, it would be too sweet if you're Paul Bearer. No!
A 300-pounder just hurling his body as if his body were a weapon right into the Undertaker, having no regard whatsoever for his personal safety.
But I'm not so sure that that mandible claw hand of Mankind is fully functioning. They're awfully near our Spanish colleagues over there, Carlos Cabrera and Hugo Savinovich.
The Undertaker in a bit of trouble here. Mankind, a formidable opponent to say the least. No individual has ever given the Undertaker this kind of test. Oh my goodness, on a repeated basis.
No one.
Quick out, here he comes. Oh, forget about it.
Mankind's a very special athlete. He is deranged. His body is scarred. He's had broken bones. He's missing half an ear.
And he loves it.
Yeah, he loves pain. He loves doing things that no one ever thought that he could do.
Mankind against the Undertaker. Undertaker for the line, to the buckle, back out it. The elbow.
You know, Vince, this is a rivalry that may never end until one of these two men, either the Undertaker or Mankind, are just completely incapacitated.
And Undertaker putting his punches together a moment ago, and Mankind, look at this. Mankind climbing up, trying to get out of harm's way. No such doing. Headbutt.
Paul Bearer's up there squealing like a hog under a gate.
And yes, Paul Bearer with a bird's eye view of what's going on, and he does not like what he sees, I wouldn't think at all. Oh, look at this. So the Undertaker fighting.
He's fighting the mandible claw hand. The right hand of Mankind, again being assaulted in any way possible by the Undertaker, who is intimidating the referee now.
Either one of these two individuals would certainly intimidate the officials. Mankind is set up now. Off the rope. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, power! Oh, power driver. And what power Mankind used to drive the Undertaker head first into the canvas.
Cage cam. Unique shot there.
And Paul Bear just might escape from that cage if Mankind is successful. Mankind, here comes the mandible claw.
Paul Bear's calling for it.
Here we go. The Undertaker blocking the progress of the attempt of a mandible claw. And the Undertaker. This capacity crowd very much behind the Undertaker. Look out! Oh, got it! There it is, the answer. Mandible claw applied.
How effective will it be? That's the big question.
And look at that!
Oh, man.
And the Undertaker, can you believe what he did with his upper body, knowing the mandible claw was applied? He just hurled his upper body with leverage, sending Mankind flying to the ropes.
Here, Mankind's body hit the floor with a splat. I don't care how tough you are, the human body cannot withstand that type of punishment just on a regular basis.
And Paul Bear.
Oh, no! Almighty. I think the back of his head struck the seal. Oh, man.
That was unbelievable. Yet Mankind.
I don't know how he's conscious.
We may take another look at that, JR, if we can
see it in here, I hear.
Oh, my goodness. And again, using his steps. Let's listen to this.
Mankind's not wearing a helmet. His skull struck the steel. He may have a concussion in addition to a broken hand. Who knows?
Nonetheless, nothing thus far stopping the onslaught of Mankind. The Undertaker is giving him everything he possibly can.
Vintage Undertaker here.
And down.
That's a guy that's Patrick Ewing size. 6'10", 325 pounds, walking down the top rope like he was one of the Woodlandists.
Look at that. And just like that, Mankind reverses things and is in control.
Maybe the more pain Mankind's in, the more effective he is.
And we've always wondered, could anything stop the Undertaker? I think you really have to ask that question as well as it relates to Mankind. Oh, the Undertaker sitting up.
Mankind's going to no man's land now.
And the Undertaker, oh, what an uppercut. And another one. Oh, the Undertaker from way down there, look at that, just hammering away on Mankind. And Mankind with a jab to the throat or to the eye. Mankind now from the top, what's he gonna do?
Mankind on top, uncharacteristic for him.
Oh, no, the Undertaker has him by the goozle.
Choke slam coming up. Oh, mandible claw. Again,
that's a goozle. No, look at this. That mandible claw thrust down into the gullet.
I still don't know how effective the mandible claw is going to be if that hand has been cracked or broken.
Effective enough to drive the Undertaker down to the canvas. That paralyzing hold is definitely having its effect on the Undertaker.
But normally when he has a mandible claw this long, his opponent is unconscious. That's why I've got to take
capacity crowd. And the Undertaker stymied. His progress totally halted at the moment against Mankind. And Paul Bear must have a smile on his face looking down on the Undertaker. Whoa!
It'll be over momentarily.
And
Undertaker.
Undertaker grabbing that throat one more time.
Yes. Trying to get to his feet, trying to break the mandible claw. Back up now. Mankind and The Undertaker going toe-to-toe, live in the Survivor Series. Madison Square Garden, the setting. The Undertaker breaks the hold. Yes!
What a choke slam! And he broke the mandible claw. I gotta believe that Mankind's hand has got to be damaged.
It must be, but nonetheless, it definitely had an effect on The Undertaker. Maybe not the effect Mankind was hoping for, but nonetheless, Undertaker on his feet now. Look out! Oh, no!
Undertaker went straight south as a 6'10", 325-pounder going over the top to the floor. And watch Mankind. Watch this man.
Oh! And this time, nobody home as The Undertaker ducked. Mankind hurling his body like a projectile, hoping to land as he did before against The Undertaker. No such doing this time.
Undertaker's got some sort of unusual marking under his right eye. I can't quite make out from where we're sitting.
Oh, I would suggest that both individuals had markings all over their physique as a result of this match they didn't have coming into it. Highly physical matchup. Off the rope. Sleeper hold, no. Turned into, oh my goodness, what a suplex. Nicely done.
The Undertaker is doing some more wrestling. We're seeing him do maybe a little less brawling, but it's certainly more wrestling. The drop toe hold, the counter to the headlock, to the suplex.
And again, oh, wait a minute. Wait just a moment. What is this? What sort of object?
I've got a weapon. Mankind's got some kind of weapon in his right hand.
The Undertaker. Oh, no!
What?
Now, I must say, the official...
Yeah, that's what I... This is... Hey, ref, there's something in the right hand. I want to take a look at it.
Oh, come on.
What could that be? The Undertaker now being assaulted.
And Paul Bearer screaming down at Mankind, screaming instructions.
Well, we said this one was not going to be pretty. It's two big, huge men just trying to tear each other apart by any means necessary.
And the Undertaker, look at that.
Look at this. Tombstone.
Back into it right there. That's what everyone was waiting for. 1, 2, yeah! And now the fun is going to begin. Paul Bearer is being lowered for the Undertaker.
Do you have any words for the eulogy? This may be it for Paul Bearer. I think he's wearing a dark pair of pants.
Yes, here we go.
Finally, after turning his back on his longtime friend and survivor, SummerSlam, Paul Bearer begins. Oh, wait a minute! Wait a minute!
From behind, the Executioner. The Executioner hammering away on the Undertaker. And Paul Bearer running for his life. The Executioner, the man we saw when the Undertaker was buried alive. And the Executioner to the outside. Well, the Undertaker did not get his hands on Paul Bearer thanks to the Executioner. Nonetheless, you can put this one in the record book as a victory for the Undertaker. And I might add, a much more aggressive and more versatile Undertaker than we have ever seen.
agree with that, but I also like to make the point, The Undertaker's issues with Paul Bearer, Mankind, and now certainly the Executioner as well, are very much unresolved.
What a physical battle between Mankind and The Undertaker. And our hats off to the man from the dark side, The Undertaker. As we take another look at this, a tombstone pile driver as only The Undertaker can deliver.
Amazing maneuver. And we did not get to see The Undertaker get his hands on Paul Bearer. But you got to think that somewhere, sometime, it's going to happen. And I'd like to be there to see it. I wonder how much Paul Bearer is paying the Executioner to run this interference. It may not be enough.
May not be. Capacity crowd joining us, ladies and gentlemen, live from Madison Square Garden. The Survivor Series, we certainly hope you're enjoying the action thus far at Survivor Series, and lots more coming up, no doubt about that. Joining us on America Online, there we see it, victorious Doug Furnas, Philip LaPon. What an impression they made, JR.
Certainly did, Clark. Folks, you can join all the superstars live on America Online, and certainly be able to download some exclusive body jamming photos.
What's going on here? Well, Sunny is on her way down the ringside.
The song says, I know you want me.
No, JR, you're not my cup of tea, thank you.
All right. Very funny.
Oh, my goodness. I'm going to invite Sunny right on over here to join us.
Kind of hanging out there, ain't she?
Well, I'll say.
Nice out,
Sunny, you want to join us? How do you do? Very nice to see you. Think you know this gentleman, don't you?
What are you doing dancing? What is this?
I wasn't
Who are
dancing.
you?
She was dancing. She didn't see me dancing.
I saw you dancing. That was bad enough. Look at your posterior here. Blocked out the sun. Hey.
I like that tune.
So do I. It's not bad, huh? I wrote it myself, babe.
Sure she did.
I am multi-talented, Jim Ross.
I'm sure you are.
Standing by, ladies and gentlemen, we have the good doctor, Doc Hendricks. Doc?
Stick to play-by-play, leave the dancing to Sunny. I'm standing here with a very jubilant tag team, captained by Hunter Hearst Helmsley. And I guess considering the disadvantage your opponents will be at being 3-on-4 because of the injury to Mark Henry, you think victory's in the bag?
That's right. And this is the big time. This is New York City, the Survivor Series. Mark Merrill, I'm going to show you why I'm the Intercontinental Champion. And it looks like your team has already come up a little bit short.
You know what? Big Mark Henry has feigned injury rather than face the gold medal massacre that this team was going to put on him. You know what? Injured? No, yeah, right. I'll tell you this right now. There aren't any 3 men in the world that can beat the 4 of us. We're surviving, baby.
We may be a unique combination, but together we make a well-oiled machine of destruction. Survivor Series. What an appropriate title.
Gold does?
Well, get ready at ringside because here they come. All right. And see the look Hunter gave Marlena.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Goldust better be watching his fitness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have been joined by Sunny, who's going to give us her expertise there.
You know I am, as I always do. Benny Mac, I know you're happy to have me next to you, aren't you?
Absolutely, no doubt about it.
Jim Ross, you jealous, babe?
No, I don't really have any affection toward Vince at this point.
I don't think that's what she meant. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there he is.
Did a lot of talking earlier. Now let's see if he can do some wrestling.
Oh, he can. He can.
Oh, I know he can. It's a matter if he will. He may be one of those guys that like to linger on the apron a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, let somebody else kind of break the ice.
Sort of an opportunist, if you will.
Absolutely. He's the veteran of this quartet.
Here comes the bizarre one with Marlena.
No, it's Marlena followed by Goldust. Get it straight, big guy.
There you go.
Any self-respecting woman lets her man follow him.
You don't smoke though, do you?
Oh, God, no. Oh, I'm allergic
Nasty
and
habit,
asthmatic and everything else. Absolutely horrible. I'm as innocent and pure as I look.
Wow.
Well, anyway, so much for truth in broadcasting. Goldust, a two-time Intercontinental Champion, has been very, very aggressive in recent days, and I tried to talk to him earlier today. He was almost as surly as me trying to get a raise out of you, McMahon.
Not surely. He was in a bad frame of
He was
mind.
short with me.
He was short.
I think that he's because the Intercontinental Champion.
Wait a minute, something's wrong here. Doesn't look right. He's missing something there. What's going on? Wait. No. There's no girl. There's no woman.
He's more than perfect too.
Wow. When the gold loses the chick, what's the deal with that?
I think he's focused.
That's one word for it. Stupid's another.
Why would he want to have a woman with him at ringside anyway? What purpose would it serve in this matchup?
Who are you asking here, Jim Ross?
Well, you're the only woman sitting here.
Listen, I make a living out of being at ringside with men and telling them what to do. Hey, if I feel like it, I'll tell you what to do too. So why don't you just sit there chubby and be quiet?
Okay, thank you very much. That's fine.
You're gonna have to help me.
You don't want to deal.
I've had it.
Oh, well.
I've had it with him already. It's been like 2 minutes.
It's only begun, so let's get along, all right?
Okay.
JR, go please.
Yeah, I'll lower my standards, so I'll get on her level. No problem.
All right, you want to talk about a level? Take a look if you would, ladies and gentlemen, if you would. Yes, there they are. The Wild Man, Mark Miro.
Oh, big deal.
No, that's right. And Sable, she is extraordinary.
Now, I think she's the most beautiful woman in the WWF.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I don't have a right to my own opinion.
Listen, I've had a bikini spread in the Raw magazine, and so has she, and I blew her away, and everybody knows it. And I can do it again.
You did what?
Give me the page
You did
of the Raw
what?
magazine, and I can show you that I can blow her away.
Whoa! What a display of fireworks for the Wild Man and Sable, ladies and gentlemen. And the fireworks just ready to begin here in the tag team elimination matchup. The Wild Man is something else. Talk about a risk taker,
You know,
JR.
she better watch out with those pyrotechnics there. I heard those things she's implanted are flammable.
Now, you would know a lot about that, right?
Now,
Excuse
JR,
me?
please, now, just stay out of this, all right?
I am 100% natural all the way down to the roots of my hair.
And as well as pure and innocent, you made that point earlier on.
Your Dolly Parton are all natural.
Oh, please.
The Stalker,
You're just jealous.
consummate professional, the Stalker.
Yeah.
Joining the Wild Men, and again, as you alluded to earlier on, JR, despite how good these individuals are, they must function as a team.
Well, that's the bottom line. Still, the shape of Stone Cold. You got to have some teamwork. You got to have some continuity, and you got to put your egos aside.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, his debut.
Now, there's going to be the man right there. That's Blue Chip right there.
You know what? I have to agree with you, Jim Ross. I don't like you, but I gotta agree with you. Rocky Maivia is looking good.
First, third generation superstar ever. His father really made a name for himself here in Madison Square Garden, and so did his grandfather, Rocky Maivia.
Hi, Chief Peter Maivia, the grandfather of that young man. Rocky Johnson, his dad, former tag champion.
Well, if he's anything like his father or his grandfather, we're gonna have a future superstar in our hands. That's
Oh, yeah. And again, you wonder whether or not he has butterflies, but like Furnace and
Gotta have
LaFawn did earlier.
Well, you know,
Very first appearance.
I know it can take care of his butterflies.
Of a better place to get wild than with you in New York City.
Oh, come on.
Who's going to take Mark Henry's place?
Down to business. Hunter, you didn't think I was stupid enough to come out here with 3 guys, did you? Well, let me tell you, this Wild Man has got a revelation.
Let's use deodorant.
A revelation.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get wild for Jake, the Snake Roberts!
That's not going to make Jerry the King Lawler very happy.
That doesn't make me very happy. I was excited about sitting out here.
Oh, my goodness. And you talk about revelations. Now we know what the Wild Men were talking about. Look out. Here it comes. Here it comes. derogatory remarks.
Kenny Youngman lives.
And nonetheless, the King is not too pleased to see the likes of Jake the Snake in the ring. Live, ladies and gentlemen, there's the Empire State Building.
Somebody getting mugged? No.
Come on. This is New York City.
It ain't Muskogee.
This is Madison Square Garden, ladies and gentlemen. If anything ever really big happens in sports and entertainment, it happens from Madison Square Garden. And tonight it's the Survivor Series.
You know, I'll side with the King any night of the week because he's royalty, and that's exactly where I belong. I'm a princess.
I just been informed that The Undertaker and Mankind have just had quite a conversation on the Superstar line.
Oh, really?
That would be worth the price of admission. Option 8, as a matter of fact. Well, the thing about it right now is that Hunter Hearst Helmsley's got to regroup the troops here a little bit, get them refocused, get them thinking about their business and not about that big old snake.
Well, Hunter, I think, is going to do everything possible to stay away from the wild man Mark Miro. No question about that. The individual whom he stole the title from.
Stole the title from? He won that title fair and square, and I watched it. I saw it with my own eyes.
That peroxide's got to affect your memory.
I don't touch that in my hair.
Talking to the young lady.
Listen to this
This
capacity
is just not fair. This is not good sportsmanship as far as I'm concerned.
It's New York City. What'd you expect?
Now, wait a minute now. You're talking about the most avid fans in the world. If they don't like you, you're going to know about it.
That's right.
And if they do like you, well, you're really going to know about it.
And they tell me.
Yeah, they do like you. A lot of folks like you all over the world.
I know.
JR's not one of them.
Have you been downloaded today?
Stop it. The most downloaded personality ever
That's right.
on America Online.
We hit 1 million last week, babe.
If you don't believe it, just ask
1
her.
million?
1 million
No other superstar from Hollywood even comes close.
Not Pam Anderson, not Jenny McCarthy, not Terry Hatcher, no one. It's me.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley wants no part of the wild man Mark Mero. And I can't say as I blame him with the mood that Mero's in. Mero wants that Intercontinental title back. Somewhere down the line, we're going to see that one-on-one matchup.
And I hope we do, so Hunter can prove once again who's the true champion.
Helmsley, a lot of rumors floating around today between Helmsley and Mr. Perfect. I don't know what the deal is there.
I understand.
Well, you know, I have the inside scoop there, and I was talking to Hunter a little bit before.
Yeah.
And he got tired of Mr. Perfect taking all the credit is all that's happened.
Apparently a bit of a difference of opinion, which we will follow.
Sure
And
will.
look at that body drop nicely done, and Goldust is having his problem with the wild man. Herb got taken down.
Was a great quickness by wild man Mark
Come
Mero.
on, referee.
And how can that young lady watch what's going on to Goldust? I mean,
Can I go give her
she
some
doesn't
tips?
get excited about anything.
Well, she's cool and calculating. She knows exactly what she's doing down there, just like I do.
Perhaps can we say cold? I mean, you're a very passionate woman. We see that you care about what goes on in the ring. Look at this. Blocked. Nice maneuver. No, that's blocked as well. Mero coming from behind. Roll up. 1, 2, and almost a count of 3.
Come on, you talk about Marlena. Look across the ring at Sable there. She's empty inside. You look in her eyes and you see nothing. She doesn't even know how to smile.
Why don't you run over there and run me a little air and see if you got another cigar?
Why, do you need one?
I can smoke a Victory cigar later tonight.
I'm allergic, though. You can't do it here while I'm here.
All right, set up for the ride. Goldust. And the stalker, Barry Windham, underneath the clothesline. Underneath another one. And what a clothesline on his own right.
Windham might as well be wrestling in coveralls. Those pants have got to be restricted as far as his quickness is concerned. Nice,
All right.
nice if you're going hunting. What's his...
Little
Okay,
camouflage.
Marlena, check him out, honey. Make sure he's all right.
All right, Hunter Hearst Helmsley against Barry Windham.
Barry Windham's dad, Blackjack Mulligan's been in this arena a few times, hasn't
Well, I'll say.
He's second generation World Wrestling Federation superstar.
What matches he had with Pedro Morales. Historic matches here many years ago.
You know what? Barry Windham was two-time former tag team champion.
this.
I remember that because I was about 4 years old when it happened.
Mero gets the tag. Helmsley hits the exit.
Where's Clarence Mason? He's not out here today.
And, well, I'll take Clarence is very busy. We saw him earlier on with his tag team champions, and he may be consoling them as we speak.
You know, between the tag team champions and Crush and Farouk, I think he's spreading himself too thin personally. I mean, I can handle it, so I would take on the responsibility, but
Here we go. Rocky Maivia now against this huge powerhouse from Hawaii Crush.
I mean, it's not like he's a genius or anything. He's a lawyer.
Back to the corner, no place to be. His very first match in the World Wrestling Federation. Rocky Maivia. Very look at this, and the King, oh no. He's in there, the wrong individual with the King.
The veteran King from Memphis is up for 2. Oh! Now that's a
no.
He's 6'5", 275. Look at Rocky Maivia.
Unbelievable agility, yes sir.
Hey.
Well, look out, and the King is hoisted over the top. What an unbelievable uppercut.
Looked like a Rocky Johnson drop kick to me.
Well, it certainly did. And the King coming in. Oh, he wants no more of Rocky Maivia.
He is absolutely amazing. Think about the manager.
The former Dwayne Johnson taking the name of his dad and his grandfather and forming Rocky Maivia is a tribute to them.
Just taking a look at Rocky Maivia, I'm definitely interested in this prospect. All he needs is a little bit of guidance, and I can take him all the way to the top.
I see stars in your eyes.
Oh, yeah.
I see something else, but
It's not
we'll
bad
get
when
into
he's
that
not
right now.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley, the veteran, just chopping away on Rocky Maivia. He is vicious.
Rocky Johnson. I tell you, Dwayne Johnson, now known as Rocky Maivia. USA All-American in high school in football.
Now, that won't get him anything right now. He is being taught a lesson in aggressiveness by Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and perhaps now by Goldust. Here we go. Suplex nicely done. Over the other side. Here comes Goldust. Cross the elbow. A cover. This could do it in a cover. Oh,
Goldust very, very aggressive here.
Well, you know, Hunter and Goldust are both very devastating, but by the looks of Rocky Maivia's body, I mean, I think he can take some punishment.
Yeah, but you can't judge that look by looking at the cover.
Rocky Maivia played defensive tackle for the Miami Hurricanes for Coach Dennis Erickson. Played on a national championship team. This kid's a great athlete.
Oh, and a headbutt by Crush.
You know, when you're in there with Crush, you look small.
Anyone.
Yeah.
It looks small compared to Crush. Oh, my goodness. And Crush is just, look at him. Look what he is doing to Rocky Maivia.
Said it before, Crush is a lot like Michael Irvin. Keep him out of jail, he can play.
Oh, not a nice thing to say. Here comes the King, wide open, Rocky Maivia.
Oh. King, show him how it's done, baby.
I thought the King was going to go for a drop kick or a head scissors. Well, maybe not.
So. Maybe not.
King has a very refined ground attack. He ain't going to leave his feet. He doesn't have to.
Nonetheless, the chant of this capacity crowd is getting to the King. He does not like to hear that Burger King chant. And again, wide open.
Well, would you like to hear some chant of a Vince take off the toupee? You wouldn't like to hear some chant like Vince take off the toupee, would you now? Of course he doesn't like hearing Burger King. Put yourself in his situation. Let me ask you, when a strong wind blows, does it just sweep it right off?
Toe to toe, and look at this. Rocky is, look, he's backing up Hunter Hearst Helmsley. What guts on the part of this young man. The rookie now, whipping Hunter Hearst to back body drop.
Very nice.
And Rocky with the presence of mind to attempt to make a tag. The Rock members, here we go. And here comes Jake the Snake.
You go from a raw rookie to an experienced veteran.
Oh, this doesn't look good.
Look out, King! I got a feeling somebody's going to get DDT here.
Back body drop, yes, DDT coming up.
Oh, they're not,
Hearst
no.
Helmsley being wound up. Here we go, short arm, yeah.
Oh, no, no.
Go ahead, that's what they want to say.
No, they can't call for the DDT, no.
Do it, Jake.
No.
Do it, Jake.
Hunter, watch out.
Do it, Jake. And no, he can't. Hunter Hearst Helmsley driving Jake the Snake.
There we go. That's all I like to see. Come on, guys. Take advantage of the situation. Come on. The ref's not even looking at you.
Helmsley's team like a pack of dogs here. Taking advantage over the veteran from Stone Mountain, Georgia. 41-year-old Jake the Snake Roberts been assaulted here.
Has he ever? And I think
Wait a minute.
King was tagged in and he didn't even know it. Wide open. Shot to the ribs.
King likes this. Jake hurt. Lawler with the advantage. Just the way Lawler wants it. And Lawler's got a score to settle with Jake the Snake.
He does indeed.
Now
long gone. Lawler takes the DDT.
There we go. You tell him how it is, King. Oh, he's falling and he can't get up.
Look at this.
Lawler has some hyena-like qualities.
Making reference to Jake's demons you've had in the past. And Jake scooped up there from behind. Here we go.
Another DDT. One, two, yeah. We'll see you later, King. We'll see you on Raw tomorrow night.
King?
The King was crowned.
Was he ever?
Don't laugh. It's not funny.
Oh! However, Goldust right in to take over where the King left off. Uh-oh.
Jake hasn't been spending any time at the beach, has he?
And look at this, the opportunist, Hunter Hearst Helmsley,
To be a champion's all about.
hammering away.
Helms is a businessman. He's all business. No baloney with Helmsley. Lawler's got to go back to the locker room.
Yeah. And the King wants to hang around, but nothing doing as Goldust applies more pressure on Jake the Snake Roberts.
Okay, this is Goldust's chance to just wear him down.
I don't want to digress.
This will be the end of it.
I don't want to digress right now. You got to be wondering. 4 locker rooms in the back. Shawn Michaels in one, Sackler Sid in one, Bret Hart in one, and Stone Cold in one. 4 separate locker rooms. You got to wonder what's going on in the minds of those athletes. And all that, and more still to come here on the Survivor
Here we
Series.
go, Barry Windham tagged in. Windham now, oh, with a right hand and another one. Look at him go against Goldust. Goldust head popping back. Here we go, like Mike Tyson. Put to the buckle. Boom, down to the canvas.
Wyndham's wearing his lucky boots tonight.
His lucky boots.
Yep.
And Goldust for the bye. Into a mini combination, two, and he got... No, that was close.
So enlighten me, JR. Just how are they lucky?
Well, he's won a couple of real big matches that we'll go into later.
Look out.
We'll go into them later. Is that just because there aren't any, maybe?
Oh, they're actually a pair of Blackjack's old boots.
Uh-oh.
It's
And
Dad.
overhand.
Blackjack Mulligan.
Look out, no, Goldust. Oh! Goldust back up on his feet. Maybe not for long now. Goldust should look to tag one of his partners.
At least Goldust is in the right corner. For what that's worth.
And look out from behind, driving a right hand into the kidney area.
Hello, Ahmed Johnson.
You know, at one time, this stalker was a great competitor in the World Wrestling Federation, but I think he's been out in the environment too
Look
much.
out.
He's just lost it.
Here we go. The curtain call coming up. Whoa!
There we go.
Unbelievable too. He got him.
That's the kind of thing that'll make a girl proud.
And look at this. Wildman wasting no time, entering the fray. Wildman Mark Barrow with a foot to the midsection. Oh, what a knee lift.
$1 million knee lift there. That's a good move by the wild man Mark Barrow. Found its mark.
Down to 3-on-3, ladies and gentlemen.
Can't lower your head.
Oh, that clothesline. Quick tag, here comes Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and you know Hunter is going to take advantage of this situation.
Absolutely, as he should. That's one thing I taught all my champions, take advantage of every situation you can.
Every time we've seen Merrill and Helmsley in the ring together in this matchup, Helmsley's made a tag. First time that Helmsley showed some aggression. Of course, Merrill was hurt.
Honey, he's got lots of aggression to show. He's just waiting for the perfect moment. Why should he do the dirty work and wear himself out in the process?
Sable looking on. Wild man in trouble.
Oh, like that's going to do anything good. Her looking on.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley drives the knee, glancing across the forehead. 2 in. A pretty quick count there on the part of the official.
Certainly was. Referee Jack Doan up there looking at his shoulders.
Uh-oh. Barrow driven down to the knee, right in front of Sable.
Well, it's obvious Hunter has the upper hand here. I have a pair of boots back in my locker room that needs to be polishing. Maybe I can send Sable back to do it for a couple of bucks.
There's a tag. The big man of the team comes in.
Rocks for the headbutt into the rib area of Wild Man Mark Barrow.
Was he ever on America's Most Wanted?
I don't know. Look at the strength, part of this big monster Hawaiian.
Very good job, Hunter. Very good job.
Speaking of
Jimmy Snuka into the Hall of Fame. What? Knock it up.